Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to our second day of our True Love Lost and Found Asia Pacific workshop. Thank you so much everybody for being with us once again. I would like just to have some guidelines so that we can enjoy this webinar. First of all, we prepared some interpretations. Yeah, we have available Nepali, Thai, Japanese, and Chinese. So please click your preferred language. These are some guidelines that I would like you to follow so that we can have some beautiful webinar. Number one, first, please mute your microphone. This is the button that you have to click. Number two, please turn on your video. And number three, please, for you to have a best experience in this workshop, please adjust to speaker view on your Zoom. Yeah, and this is a very important thing. Number four, please rename yourself. Yeah, through renaming yourself, we can identify your group. Yeah, the technical team can put you to the breakout session later today. So please put on your language, and if you're a first gen or second gen, and also if you're blessed or engaged, and your full name. Yeah. And also, we would like to inform you that if you need any help, yeah, just click this button later on your breakout groups. Yeah, so everyone, are you ready? By the way, I am Mrs. Jayon Manaba, and I will be your MC today. Yeah, and for our first lecture, our lecturer is a very energetic person. Actually, he's one of my idols. Yeah, I love his influence in the social media. I really excited for his lecture, The Greatest Gift of the Blessing, Becoming a Chonbok Couple. Let us welcome our energetic Regional President of Asia Pacific One, our President, Damian Dunkley. You're muted, sir.
Now I can unmute. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Are we starting now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go for it. So thank you so much for your warm introduction. How's everybody? Is everybody able to chat? Chat in the chat box. Speak to me through the chat box because you have to keep your mic muted. I can see your faces, which is beautiful. Okay, so I have been invited to share this time with you and speak on the topic of becoming a Chonbok couple. Would you like to hear about that? So I'm going to share a PowerPoint. Let's start like this. All right. So I really want to thank, Ms. Zahara and all of our leaders putting together this workshop, and also our tech team and our interpreters. So I must first invite everybody to give a big round of applause. Please let us really thank them. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to share my screen now. So becoming a Chonbok couple, you can see okay, right? This is beautiful, becoming a Chonbok couple. So I have to start by saying, everyone, this is a really new advancement in human history, a new era in human history. So no matter who can share about becoming a Chonbok couple, I think honestly, even those of us who accomplish some result or some condition as a Chonbok couple, honestly, everyone is still really pioneering to understand what this means. So a little bit, I want to share with you today, briefly in theory, why it is important to you. And especially young couples, sometimes also second generation couples wonder, what does this, mean to me? Is this like another church project or mission? How does it relate to my life? So I want to share a little bit of background and very simply why it is important. So first of all, do you like this picture? I have to open up the chat box. I can't see anybody's chats. Do you like this picture? This is actually a view above the Amalfi Coast in the southern part of Italy. And I have some Italian ancestors. I think some people think I'm Italian, but actually I'm pretty much all European lines. But Italian is one of the strong lines I have. And this is where my Italian ancestors come from, this area. And this is called the Amalfi Coast. I'm not sure if, Ursula, if you visited there before when you were in Europe. It's so beautiful. And so I thought, why not use this as a picture of what, the Garden of Eden might look like. I think in the Garden of Eden, many times we're missing the ocean. Did you ever see Garden of Eden with the ocean? I think, Filipino members want to believe that there's ocean, and Thai members too, and Cambodian. I think many of you have ocean. So yes, ocean exists in the original garden, I think. So what do we have originally? We have Heavenly Parent and we have Adam and Eve. You all know the story. Yeah. So what did Heavenly Parent give us? The three great blessings, right? So this is a really like a simple class for everyone. Don't get bored just because you know well. Please pay attention. So the first blessing is to become a heavenly individual. The second blessing is to become a heavenly family. And the third blessing is to become a heavenly steward. Thank you, God. So these are blessings, three great blessings. Wonderful. So I want to look in terms of what does that mean as a foundation for the world. You have the heavenly individual is actually protected within the realm of the heavenly family. So if you look from this viewpoint, the heavenly individual, even if they're like a heavenly character, they're not really fully protected as an individual alone, right? You kind of enter into the realm of protection as an individual when you are married, when you're blessed. Even you think about Jesus Christ, even he had attained a heavenly character as an individual. One of the reasons he went the way of the cross was because he wasn't able to receive a wife. So Joe, that's a little bit loud. Joe, turn it down, please. So in this sense, you can understand that the realm of the family is a realm of protection for the individual. Clear? Okay, what about the family? So if your family is a heavenly family and you're living in the mountainside, you need some realm of protection. You can think about your house, you can think about your farm, your food, your many things. You have this realm of heavenly stewardship to be able to lovingly dominate your environment, right? Ms. Zahara, this is how it is. This is a natural progression. And these things, in essence, happen simultaneously. But this is the foundation for the nation, for the world. Now, does everybody agree with me so far? This is the original idea. We're living in that beautiful, like Amalfi Coast type of beautiful scenery. We've been given the three great blessings. We're growing naturally. Aju? Yes, thank you. So this would be the foundation for the community, for the people, for the world, centering on our Heavenly Parent. Very simple. So this is some words from our beloved true Father, okay? God's love, which is parental love, is vertical, and the love of a man and a woman is horizontal. The man and the woman's task is to engraft their horizontal love to the vertical love. That is how the two can meet. The two loves can join nowhere but at a 90-degree angle. So, does that make sense? When you wonder, for those of you that were in our Asia Pacific One HJ Peace Festival this morning, I was talking about this, right? So should I unite my couple centering on my wife, or should she unite centering on me? Of course, from time to time, husband and wife are going to exchange kind of Cain-Abel roles. Father's mentioned that. But the meeting place of the united couple is centering on Heavenly Parent at a 90-degree angle. So it's a magical angle to connect, because when the horizontal love connects to the vertical love at an exact 90-degree angle, energy is produced that can spread that love's influence in all directions. Hence, when you enter the realm of love where the vertical and the horizontal are aligned, you will be able to rule the whole universe through that love. Now, does that sound exciting? Who would like to be able to rule the universe? Some people get all excited when they think about, positive affirmations, or, that book or the movie, The Secret, like if I just think positive things, I'm going to attract money in my life. I'm going to attract, if I say this kind of prayer, or if I do the chant in this way or that way. Well, guys, this is the best way, not just to bring a few good things into your life, to rule the universe. Let's leave all of that, self-help movement where it belongs. That's good for like kindergarten level. Father is telling us, guys, go to university level. This is perfecting your mastery of the universe. So for those of you that are wondering, why can't I just be single for the rest of my life? I can do whatever I want. I'm a great athlete, or I'm a great, academic, or I'm a great artist. I can become famous. Fine. But you will never master the power of the universe like you would if you were a couple. So let's give a big round of applause to the couples and all those becoming couples. Come on, guys. I can't hear the audience, but I can imagine you making noise. So this is why. This is important to know. Hence, when you enter the realm of love where the vertical and horizontal are aligned, you will be able to rule the whole universe through love. So there's a limit, okay, to what I can do as an individual. Doesn't matter how bad I might think I am, how great I think I am. None of that matters much in comparison to where I am as a couple, potentially, right? All right. You will have a relationship with the whole universe. You will not want for knowledge, power, or money, or even life. That means even life exists eternally within love, eternally. So fear of death, fear of poverty, fear of hunger, fear of ill health, all these things. Isn't that interesting? Father mentioned also, like if you're struggling between husband and wife, or if you're struggling about your work, what's the solution, Ms. Zahara? If you're struggling, really stressed about your job, you're really stressed about your mission, you really don't know which way to go, what's the best thing to do? Turn to our Heavenly Parent? No. Another answer. No. Make love to your spouse. Make love to your spouse, because in there, all the answers. That Heavenly Parent is really not waiting for you in the prayer room, brothers and sisters. I know you're all very pious, religious people, and you pray endlessly and you fast endlessly. Well, guess what, Jaehyun? Heavenly Parent is kind of quite tired of burnt offerings and prayer conditions. Yes, we need to offer our devotion, but what's the best devotion you could possibly offer, Miss Zahara? I'll give you another chance. There's no greater devotion than making love to your spouse. So here ends the lecture. No, there's a little bit more. Okay, so, this is our original life. This is our original course. Life exists within that love eternally. Yes, and life is produced from that place. You meet your ancestors in that place. Your ancestors meet your descendants in that place. It's the fulcrum of all things, past and present, future, left, right, up and down. It is the means through which yourself, your family, and your community become spherical, like the beautiful earth. This is our blessing. A love that does not fit this, however, a love that does not meet the vertical standard will end up drifting around. Such love will eventually perish. So, for those of you who are approaching the blessing, or for those of you who are approaching the matching, or for those of you who are already blessed and wondering, why on earth have I done this? And you're having like second thoughts. Okay, this is for you. If you would like to try another way, if you would like to try by yourself, if you would like to try making happiness and love within a relationship that does not fit that original vertical standard, you're free to do so. But you will eventually drift around aimlessly and that love will perish. So, do you want to invest in a love that will perish, or do you want to invest in a love that will multiply? Please answer in the chat box, those of you who can type. Again, thanks to everyone. If there's interpretation going on, I hope I'm not speaking too fast. So multiply. Okay, so no courageous people here. Everybody's going the safe way. All right, but everybody's smart. You want to go the way of original direction of love. Okay, so it's easy to say, right? But what happened to our original ancestors is not the vertical alignment. Their love was not aligned vertically with God. It was aligned askew, centering on Satan, right? So Heavenly Parent dream was to be the parent and the central connection point between Adam and Eve's love. But we threw that away. God did not throw that away. Actually, even Satan didn't throw that away. We threw that away. And so we became stuck, instead of marrying God's daughter, instead of marrying the son of God, we married Satan's son. We married Satan's daughter. Raise your hand if you like the idea, you like the sound of that. Who wants to marry Satan's child? There's all these movies that came out in the 70s and 80s. I think they're still making them, right? Like the Antichrist, all these kind of movies. Oh, who wants to marry the Antichrist? Or who wants to marry the Antichrist's son? It's like a horror movie. But actually, that's our reality. So this, I think, well. Throughout human history, we've been trying to get back to our original point. And, you can see through religious history and through deeds, right? Through law, through faith, through indemnity. Ultimately, the entire course of religious history is a course of indemnity, okay? Even Christians did not understand well about indemnity. They understand faith is enough, but actually, Father taught indemnity is a miracle word. Indemnity may have been the most amazing word through the course of the providence of restoration through indemnity. But after that time, should we be thinking the same way? No, we are in a new era now. So, Father said, for the first time in history, we are entering into the new age, an age when humanity does not need religious salvation. The Family Federation is creating ideal families in order to complete the work of restoration, to establish God's ideal of creation, and to build the heavenly ideal world. Thank you, true parents. This is a new era, okay, new era. So, salvation through indemnity, no more. You understand? Even if you want to pay indemnity, well, you can pay indemnity. The best way to pay indemnity now is to not attend, okay? If you prefer paying indemnity, then just simply do not attend Heavenly Parent and True Parents. The quickest way to pay indemnity is to not attend, okay? But if you if you don't want to go such a difficult course, then we should attend, okay? But what does that mean? What does that mean? Well, let us go back to square one. In the original garden, right, in my imagination, the Amalfi Coast, okay, how would Adam and Eve have shown their filial piety? How would Adam and Eve have attended Heavenly Parent? How? So, you know, we think of the three great blessings. It's not just a blessing, it's a responsibility. If Adam and Eve fulfilled the heavenly individual character, heavenly family, and heavenly stewardship, that would have been how they could attend Heavenly Parent. Do you agree? If you agree, please type it. You know, we think maybe attendance is some new idea. No. Attendance was an opportunity for Adam and Eve to exercise. They failed to do so, okay? They failed to attend their Heavenly Parent. You know, filial piety in Asia, you know so well. I don't know Australia, if it's such a popular concept, but you know, throughout most of Asia, right? It's a common concept, right? Filial piety, especially in, you know, Asia. But we heard a beautiful testimony in today's Peace Festival from Sam Chenda. He's talking about, he saw his parents suffering. He saw them suffering, you know, for finances. And so he chose many times not to eat at home. That was one way he's reflecting on his life as a son. He expressed his filial piety, choosing sometimes to not eat at home. Interesting. And then not just that, when it was his chance to go to school and to study, his heart to study was rooted in his filial piety because he saw his parents, he's from Cambodia, so he saw his parents struggling or making a strong effort just to kind of, in Cambodia's case, like rebuilding the nation, and maybe his parents didn't have many things externally, but he was moved by their love as parents and wanted as a son to attend them, to show his filial piety. In his case, he expressed it in that way, you know, to try and not spend their money and instead studying hard at school so he could one day repay or support his parents. That's beautiful. I think many people have that kind of experience. But, you know, that was because his parents were having those kinds of hopes and dreams. His heart of filial piety was to resonate with his parents' hopes and dreams. Well, for Adam and Eve, what was God's hopes and dreams? It was for Adam and Eve to be happy individuals, happy families, and happy stewards of the universe, and to express dominion over the entire universe, expanding that love at a 90-degree angle with our Heavenly Parent. Guys, you can't imagine, you know, you think people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, I don't know who you think is really clever or smart, like creating many things. Look, you know, I once heard Father say that if we didn't fall, we would have reached the pinnacle of human technology within 700 years. But by biblical years, that would have been within Adam and Eve's lifetime. So, you know, for those of you that are young and trendy and hip with all the cool gadgets and you're, you know, don't think it's something special. And don't be hating on boomers because they're out of touch and they still got Nokia cell phones or something. No. The truth is that even the highest degree of technology we have today is still inferior to what it will become soon and what it could have been many millennia ago. Because Adam and Eve and all of the descendants of Adam and Eve would have been gifted with incredible spiritual insight. You know this. But it's important to remember this. This is our original birthright. This is our original birthright. Okay, so to attend Heavenly Parent in the garden would have been to fulfill the three blessings. True or false? I think that's true. So, unlike Adam and Eve now, we live in a fallen world. We're dealing with COVID breakouts all over the place. According to Mother, this is just another example of the sickness of humanity. let's not even get on the topic of how COVID came to be. You know, look, a lot of the problems that we face in the world are a direct result of human stupidity. If not a direct result of human stupidity, an indirect result of human stupidity. Okay? COVID is just another example. But look at the effects around the world. This is just the latest thing going on. We do not live in an ideal world. We are fighting with one another, taking sides against one another, fighting for things that are important to me, but not necessarily important to you. That makes it a divisive issue. But regardless of which side you're on, there's only God can drive us through this. Even the greatest nations in the world are clueless about what to do, how to do. So what Mother said is humanity cannot solve the challenges we face today without our Heavenly Parent. What is this but a picture of the most powerful man in the world, but powerless without God? I'm not saying this particular person doesn't love God or doesn't have a relationship with God, but it's through true parents now that we must attend Heavenly Parent. The time has come for all 7.8 billion people of the world to know that we are a family of Heavenly Parent, that we are the family of Heavenly Parent. So, because of this, we have been given a fourth great blessing. So now until now, you're wondering, what on earth has this got to do with Chombo? Let me take a quick sip of coffee so you can think about it. What is the fourth great blessing? Did you hear about the fourth great blessing? Mrs. Ahara is so united, she took a sip of tea at the same time. What is the fourth great blessing? I'm going to refer to a recent speech from Mother. For time, I'm not showing the whole speech, but this was extracted from a recent speech from our true Mother. And when I heard her speech, it's only a 20-minute speech, but these words lifted out, like spiritually lifted out, because I'm listening for them. I know what I'm listening for. One of the things she mentioned in this speech, and mentions often, is that God is our Heavenly Parent. Now, this is a description of the first blessing. Your identity as God's child is your heavenly character. It is the root of your heavenly character, and it is the maturation, the fulfillment of your heavenly character is the realization, the self-realization and fulfillment that I am God's son, I am God's daughter, and God is my heavenly parent. True Mother mentioned about receiving the marriage blessing from true parents. This is the second great blessing. True Mother mentioned about returning the earth to its pristine condition. Okay, so that's the third, that's in response to the third great blessing. So we have work to do in each of these areas, but she also mentioned a fourth thing, that is Chombo. So for example, if you understand the three great blessings, and if you're fulfilling them, you can imagine that Chombo is the act of multiplying the work of what you're doing on yourself with your family and your community. Okay, that's Chombo. This is just my personal design of Chombo. I'm forcing all of Asia Pacific One. I'm branding all of Asia Pacific One members to think of. By the way, I've also designed this on the side of a pair of sneakers. It looks really cool. So if you'd like me to order you a pair of Chombo sneakers, let me know. I can hit you up. All right. So let us look at it now again. Heavenly Parent, okay, has given us the three great blessings, but it is true parents. You know, even Heavenly Parent couldn't give us the fourth blessing, could not give us the fourth great blessing of Chombo. True parents only could do that. So the same as before, if you want to be protected as an individual, you must be blessed. When you receive the blessing, you'll notice that your life as an individual immediately changes. Even spiritually, completely changes immediately. Okay, you now have twice as many ancestors looking at you, hopefully supporting you. And by the way, Mrs. Ahara, don't let me forget about ancestor liberation. That's really the first thing you're going to want to do, okay? So you receive the blessing and you're now as an individual protected. But what about your children? What about your family? Can you say they're protected? I say no. You need the realm of your environment. You also need the realm of Chombo. Without accomplishing Chombo, your family is not protected. Okay? This is now the foundation for a heavenly unified world. Why? Because we live in a fallen world. Unlike Adam and Eve, who simply could have attended through the 3 great blessings, we have 4 to do. Now, you can argue about it, whether Chombo is just like the 3rd great blessing or all of this. It just doesn't matter. It's just like, you're looking at these abstract graphs to understand the fact that we're still responsible to fulfill the 3 great blessings, but we also have this extra given responsibility that Adam and Eve did not have. We have to also help clean up the world, okay? Because it's been destroyed. Families and lineages have been destroyed and people are suffering. Now, this is, if you want to take a note of anything in this entire little presentation I'm giving you, take note of this. Those of you that are blessed, those of you that are matched, those of you that are getting matched, those of you that are thinking about getting, wherever you are, take this down. If you don't think a Chombo applies to you, you'll be in trouble. You'll struggle, okay? And in fact, I state, and poor Mrs. Ahara had to listen to me talking about this another hour the other day on the phone, I believe this is one of the greatest misunderstandings in the unification movement worldwide. This is one of the biggest things that we've not understood. We've done so many things, but we've never really understood how central home church, tribal messiahship, heavenly tribal messiahship, and Chombo, it's all the same thing. We never understood how centrally important it was to us. Maybe we thought it was something that old members had to do. Maybe we thought it was something that only first gen had to do. Maybe we thought it was just something that people that like witnessing had to do. No. Chombo is as natural a progression for your life as marriage is to the individual. Okay, write that down. Chombo is to the family what marriage is to the individual. Okay? Let us look at Father's words about this, okay? He said, your wish as an individual should be to mold your family into one that stands on the side of heaven. After establishing such a family, however, your attitude may become, I have gone through hell and beyond for the matter of the blessing, and have overcome all the obstacles. I have reached my goal now that I am married. Okay? So, when you were an individual member, maybe you did a lot of fundraising. Maybe you did a lot of, witnessing. And then finally, you're eligible for the matching and the blessing. And now it's just a matter of going to church on Sunday and maybe getting a job. Resting. That's what resting looks like to Father, Or maybe you're 2nd generation and you've kept your purity. You've tried as hard as you can. And now it's time to get blessed. And you can go, okay, that's it, I've made my parents happy. Okay, but you have to understand there's more to it. Okay? You think it's enough just to take care of your family or to make a lot of money, I'm successful. Maybe many 2nd gen get caught in that trap, right? They see their parents really sacrificed everything, and many 2nd gen look at it as, they especially sacrificed worldly things. Okay, my parents paid that price. Okay, I want to be more professional. I want to help my parents maybe. I don't want my children to suffer the same way. They don't have to. Great. So you become successful. But that's not it either. That's not enough. Father says, you may then try take a nap and enjoy your life. For Father, what taking a nap looks like, by the way, is maybe just working really hard in society and trying to take care of your family. To Father, that's taking a nap. Remember, we're talking about the guy that takes responsibility, not just for the nation, but not just for the world, but for the cosmos. Okay? So that's who Father is. So he's thinking, if you're really only thinking about your family and your environment, like your stewardship, it's not enough. Okay? Father said, if you do, Satan will lay siege through the world and the nation and the people and the tribe to engulf you. The individual needs a family in order to settle. So Evil will attack. Okay, so Mrs. Zahara, this is what I'm talking about the other day on the phone. This is Father's words, very clear. Now, Father says a lot of things. Father says a lot of things. But do you understand how central this is? Do you understand how central this is? It's easy to be confused in our movement because it's epic. We're like an epic movement, and every month we're doing another epic thing. Look at us now. We're like single-handedly restoring the Korean peninsula. Oh yeah. Forget that like the biggest, most powerful nations in the world have been trying for decades, but we can do it. Okay. So why do we think we can do that? Not just because we're with the Messiah, but because true parents are taking responsibility for this level. Now, in terms of Satan, I've heard it been said that one of the most damaging concepts in Western cultural thought today is the idea that evil does not exist as an entity. Have any of you heard of this? As soon as you get rid of evil, now, a God believer may believe that. Someone who believes in God and goodness, they may believe that idea and they may say, yeah, all of us want a good thing, right? We all want love. I believe God exists and, I love people and I want people to be happy and, but evil, that's just a thing that, that's an old concept. Evil doesn't really exist. Sure, people do bad things, but we should love them. Okay, it sounds almost true. That's like the first deviation away from truth because it sounds loving and it sounds true. But the truth is, as soon as you remove evil from the mix, then you don't need to talk about God anymore either. You don't need to look at consequence of choice. You don't need to look at good versus evil, good outcome versus bad outcome. Okay? And it eventually degenerates into, whatever makes you happy is good. But that's not really true because you have to measure your happiness in relationship not to just how you feel now, but how you feel over a long period of time and how your ancestors feel about your happiness, how your descendants feel about your happiness, how your family, your spouse and family members and neighbors feel about your happiness. If your happiness in any way hurts their original vibration of happiness, then something's wrong with your form of truth, right? But we make these individual truth plans because we've removed evil from the equation. We've removed negative consequence of bad choices. So if there's no evil, there's no such thing as a bad choice anymore. There's just choice, and you can learn from your choices. Anybody heard that one? Oh, you can do this and this and this, and we can just learn from. Yeah, okay, that's partially true. You can learn from your mistakes. You should, but you shouldn't choose it as a form of your belief system. So we have to understand that evil exists. Do you think evil exists for blessed families? Come on, chat to me, people. Do you think that evil exists even for blessed families? Look, if I was Satan or if I was the evil spirit world, I'd be much more interested in getting, frustrating blessed families than normal families. And for those of you that grew up in this movement, again, you may sometimes wonder why it looks like your friends' parents or other families are so much better, or they may even seem happier. Well, first thing, it's not always what it seems. Secondly, even if it does seem good, they're in a completely different reality. They may just be, taking care of their own business, of their own family. But the force that Satan is investing in trying to thwart God's plan is not directed at those families. It's directed at the families, it's directed at the families who are closest to true parents, actually. So that is why, if you want to enjoy the fruits of true parents' love and heavenly parents' love, you got to understand that you're not just, I don't want to pick like soccer teams and hurt people's hearts because maybe you're all getting excited about the upcoming World Cup. So I won't pick actual soccer teams, but everybody loves Brazil, right? So you either on Brazil or you're maybe you like, I don't know, maybe you like Germany, Ms. Zahara, they're a pretty strong team, Italy and England, I'd love to give them props. They've done good, but come on, Brazil is really one of the best teams in the world. Okay, so we can all agree about Brazil. It's a good. If you want to play on the Brazil team, though, although they haven't been so good kind of recently, but if you want to play on the Brazil team, you got to be good. You want to play on that field. You can't be like trying to figure it out as you go along. If you want to be on True Parents' team, you got to know that there's a lot of people watching you, good and bad. Okay, so I'm really spending a long time on this point, simply to say that if I ignore home church, if I ignore Chombo, Satan will attack me, my couple, my children. Do you understand me? Okay. The individual needs a family in order to settle. Okay. This is the reality, like I said. But that's why we've been struggling to establish families. By the same token, Father says, a family without a tribe cannot settle. Your tribe should serve as a hedge that protects you and your family from blasts of wind and other adversities. Are we all in agreement about that? Do you understand this graphic and what I'm trying to explain? Very simple. You got it, I'm sure, a long time ago, and you're wondering why I'm spending so long talking about it. The reason I'm spending so long talking about this point is, honestly, I believe this is the biggest missing piece. I feel that if you consider the third blessing realm where you see like heavenly stewards, right? I believe those of us who have been doing church missions, you could say that your church mission has to do with, this realm. Certainly you've been paying some attention to your family, hopefully your blessed family, your children. But if you think about it, honestly speaking, and please tell me if I'm wrong, because I haven't been to every nation, I haven't been to every church in the world, but my sense is that most Unification Church members around the world spend most of their time in this area, trying to perfect the individual. And then we get blessed, and it's kind of like, okay, good luck. Okay, that's not to say anything bad about the Blessed Family Department. I know the Blessed Family Department is working really hard, but honestly, how many of our leaders are really kind of opening up their family or leading by example? Honestly, the first thing we have to say is that we're not perfect. We're struggling. We all have some struggle. And that's not just because we're, blessed, or just because it's international. It's not just because there might be evil forces trying to cut us down because we're blessed families. But marriage is hard anyway. Raising a family is hard anyway. Okay? And one of the things I notice in Christianity, and some of you come from Christian nations, I was raised within the Christian realm. And one of the things I notice in the Christian realm is, the virtue they seem to honor, the virtue that they love the most is actually, I can say, one of the virtues they love the most is honesty. So honesty, even, better than looking like they're perfect, when, for example, a leader or a religious leader admits their faults, okay, honestly, instead of pretending to be perfect and kind of being a hypocrite. In the Western culture, honesty is really, that doesn't mean all Westerners are honest. They're lying, politicians and leaders are lying, and all of us were lying all the time. But somehow in the East, honesty is not as important as looking like you're virtuous in every regard. So that's the same for every human being, right? We all want to look our best, okay. But in terms of, in the East, if a religious leader got up on stage, right, and said, I found, Buddha in jail, or I found my faith, after I killed somebody, they're probably, certainly in our church, let's say, the microphone's going to be disconnected pretty quick if that's their testimony. But I've been into Christian churches. Okay, speak to me, Australia, Oceania. You may know what I'm talking about here. I've been into Christian churches where the pastor is speaking to 200, 300, 500 people. He's praising the Lord. He's praising Jesus. And, somewhere in there, he works in his testimony. He says he found Jesus in jail. Why is he in jail? Because he was a burglar, or he was peddling drugs, or he killed whatever happened. But, when people hear that testimony, they somehow trust it more because he's revealing his vulnerabilities. That virtue is really highly regarded in the West, I can say, in Western culture. So they wouldn't unplug that pastor's microphone in a Christian church. In our church, I'm not sure, right? But so why I'm saying that is because blessed families, young members, we need to create an environment where we can be honest about what we're struggling with. I'm not talking about, blabbling all over the place, okay? But we need to know that we are a community that is always going to seek an environment that is forgiving, is always going to seek a solution for every struggle. And I think most of you know that, but I just wanted to underscore that. It's very important to me. And we have to be honest about the fact that our movement as blessed families, we've made mistakes. Look, even the best leaders, even the most closest to true parents still didn't really understand what true parents were talking about. We still don't understand. Even just the last time I was with Mother, again, she started off speaking to us, all the world's, if you have to say top leaders, anyway, the people who she's somehow entrusting huge responsibilities to. We sit there in her room like little children late for class, and she's there, the head of in the front of the class, and she's saying, look, in a nutshell, I can say she still says, you guys are clueless, you didn't understand who I was. You didn't understand. Still, she loves us. She gives us gifts. She always raises us up. She encourages us, but she still has to remind us of how often we blunder. So those that you look up to as the great leaders, look, all of them blundering all the time. So all the way from the top to the bottom, we have to recognize that in comparison to true parents, we're all a far way off. So let us really be supportive of one another, helpful towards one another. But back to the point of why becoming a Chombo couple. Since when is that a thing? I thought I just join the movement, I serve, I give, I keep my purity, I get matched, I get blessed, I make a blessed family. Maybe I do a mission, maybe I don't. But, what does Chombo mean? I'm telling you, Chombo is your destiny as much as marriage is your destiny to the individual. And I believe will be a much stronger foundation of clarity for you to enter into your marriage if you're getting matched, getting blessed soon. So you need protection for your individual. That's the family. You need protection for your family. That's Chombo. If you understand, please say hallelujah. All right. Father said, without creating such a realm that can serve this purpose, you cannot live as peaceful family. This is frankly what's been going on. Think of how many first generation families gave up everything. They gave up everything. And they made many beautiful kids. Honestly, there really wasn't a lot of focus on how to really love one another as a couple. Most families were trained as individual church members, and then they didn't really know how to love one another as a couple. Even though Father has spoken ad nauseum about the topic, part of the problem is we probably never really had enough workshops or enough support. I heard a story that I shared with Ursula the other day that in Belvedere one day, one of the leaders went to True Father and said, Father, we need to create content for couples. We need to create programs to help couples really create harmonious marriages and families. And he said, why? Christianity already made all of that stuff. So, Father sees his providence as standing on top of the foundation of 2,000 years of preparation. So even if the Christian leaders didn't understand who True Father and True Mother were, but all of the foundation and the work and the know-how is actually there. Okay? So forgiveness. And, there's a lot of material that can help us learn how to love one another and learn more about the opposite gender. But, we end up kind of becoming couples and trying to apply the same things we learn on MFT. Well, Ursula, I don't know if that works for you, but, you need more than what you learn on MFT to win over your husband's heart, right? Right? And so we grow, but True Parents' hope was a twofer. It was a two-sided coin. They gave us a responsibility, which was Heavenly Tribal Messiahship. It was Chombo. And they knew that if we fulfilled that responsibility, it would be our greatest blessing, because in doing it, it would secure our pathway towards fulfilling the first 3 blessings as well. Okay? So this is what recently Dr. Yoon just mentioned exactly on this topic. He said, witnessing to 43 couples is not just a church growth system. It is a training program to accomplish the 3 great blessings and the 4 realms of heart. So, Christianity has systems, BFD is doing programs, we're having this workshop, we can do lots of stuff. But the greatest, if our electricity was unplugged right now, we lost our internet connection, we can't see each other anymore, and you never hear from BFD again, you never hear from IHQ again, you never hear from President Hori or myself again, do your chombo, and everything will be given to you there. Okay? So everything is inside there. So chombo is our 4th great blessing and therefore our responsibility. What we've been focusing on in Asia Pacific 1 are these areas. If I as a leader just say, go do chombo, good luck, it's the same as me saying, you're blessed, you're matched, you're blessed, good luck. It's not enough. We need to create an environment where, and Asia, there's so many families that are doing HTM, so it's not like I'm speaking to a novice crowd here. You guys are, in the most active area for Heavenly Tribe Messiahship in the world, along with Africa. But even those of us that are active in HTM or Chombo may still think, like Dr. Yoon was clarifying, may still think it's just a church growth system. It is not. When you witness to somebody as a Chombo, you're not inviting them to join the church, actually. In essence, you're inviting them to join your family. And you're loving them as a parent. It's not easy. But what did true parents do? This is what true parents did. So if you think about it, to become a chombo means you should be a person who's developing your heavenly character. That's right. Within the chombo mission, you get to take care of your personal life. You get to take care of your heart, your mind-body unity, your health. Your physical health matters. Your spiritual health matters. You need time for prayer, for meditation, for walks in nature. You should be eating good food if you can afford it. If you can't, then grow it. If you can't, then find it. You need to take care of yourself. It's not called selfish. You are God's son. You are God's daughter. You need to invest in your heavenly character development, your relationship with God. That is a great foundation for your heavenly family, okay? What can you do for others that will make your family life more joyful? Now, today, your relationship with your parents, with your spouse, with your children. And you don't have to be married to invest in your family. Everyone is connected to a family. And what about heavenly stewardship? This is a realm that we spend even less time in our movement talking about. I remember when I was joining the church, if you talked about money, or if you had money, or if you even had a car, it was seen as sinful. Right? Well, it's only sinful if you're, only thinking of yourself. Everything is sinful if you're only thinking of yourself. Getting blessed for your own sake is sinful, by the way. Just praying and meditating for your own sake is sinful. When you meditate and develop your heavenly relationship with God, it's not just so you can feel better. It's so that God can touch more people through you. And when you get blessed, when you get matched, it's not just so you can be happier and snuggle up on the couch watching Netflix with your spouse. Oh, aren't you excited about that? No, it's not just about that. You are there to be a blessing to your spouse. And it's not just you. You're representing your ancestors. And together you're representing your descendants. Heavenly stewardship is the same. So look, guys, if you're interested in making a lot of money, don't feel bad about it. Certainly if you're in Asia Pacific 1, I don't want you to feel bad about that. Please be successful. Another thing I'm trying to educate in Asia Pacific 1 is this whole concept about full-time member versus part-time member versus, I don't know what other kind of, caste system we want to create. But in my family, I don't divide my children according to their grades at school. I don't say, okay, you get to sit closest to me because you're a full-time child. You're only a part-time child. You're a guest child. We have categories of membership, we can say. We have supporters. We have part-time member. We can say make categories, but the only purpose of any categorization is for us as leaders to know what that person needs next to become closer to true parents. We shouldn't keep everybody in a silo. We're all family members. And when we do Chombo, we're inviting more people to join my family. We're inviting more people to join my family. So I need money. I need a car. I need the ability to educate. Don't just ask, the top educators to educate all the time. All of us should be able to share something of the principle. Even more valuable than even sharing bits and pieces of the principle is your living testimony of the principle in your life. Okay? So become successful people, successful families, successful communities, and do Chombo all at the same time. Okay? This is our blessing. I asked Mrs. Zahara to remind me not to forget about ancestral blessing. I can't underscore this enough. For those of you that are getting matched, you're getting blessed. If you're second generation, ask your parents if they've liberated and blessed all of their ancestors yet. If not, ask what you can do to help. Okay? If you are, first generation and you haven't yet been given the opportunity to sort of liberate and bless your ancestors, literally put it down as the very first thing you should do, because that's Chombo. I mean, Yumiko and I, you heard me talk about it last year, right? Yumiko, I think it was last year in this workshop. No, it was the youth workshop last year. But Yumiko and I, God, we became really good at giving each other a hard time. We were really, we had like 6,000 years of preparation to give each other a really hard time. Okay? Yumiko and I are so different, not only man and woman, not only East and West, but like personality wise, we are totally different people. There's some things we share in common. We love true parents and we love serving others. We love doing things for others. That's like the only thing we have in common, literally. And we like coffee shops. That's about it. So we've learned to love one another's things. Yeah. And one another's ideas and ways of thinking. But the point is, it wasn't just us going to some, I talked about like doing couples courses or stuff like that. It wasn't just us going to some fancy schmancy, couples course or seminar. Actually, we didn't have any of that. And when we were blessed and matched, BFD was really doing nothing for our age group. Right? My age group in the West is quite rare. Our age group is quite rare. So there was really no support for our age group. All of the blessed families in America at the time were just figuring out how to like do diapers and raise their 5-year-old kids, So they weren't really taking care of, 20, 25-year-old members. There were very few new members at the time. Plus, after we started our family life in Italy, okay, so we moved to Italy. There was literally nothing for us. We were 3 hours drive from the closest church. We went to church every Sunday, Mrs. Zahara. Every Sunday we went to church. So that's 6 hours of driving. So we sat down for 1 hour of church and 6 hours of driving. And that throughout that 7-hour experience, we didn't argue for 1 hour. For the other 6 hours, 3 hours there and 3 hours back, always arguing. And for some reason, it was always worse on the way back. It's like indemnity on the way there, greater indemnity on the way back. It wasn't until we started going frequently to Cheongpyeong. 1999, we started going to Cheongpyeong and doing Chanyang and liberating our ancestors. We had so many spiritual experiences, health experiences. Like it's an amazing, amazing, amazing providence. And by the way, Father said that had we fulfilled our responsibility, we would have been able to liberate our own ancestors. Go figure. We weren't even thinking about that. We weren't thinking about, going out and blessing 430 couples, were we? We were thinking, I already did my 7-year course. I attained the blessing. I got the matching. I got the blessing. What church, what blessing group are you? I'm this blessing group. Well, I'm this blessing group. I must be better than you. This is frankly, if you think I'm wrong, tell me, scold me. This is the church I joined. Very loving church. different people from everyone else. But why on earth the first three questions out of everyone's mouth was, are you first gen or second gen? Oh, did you start your family yet? Oh, what blessing? Are you blessed? Oh, what blessing group are you? Because we're like in such a hurry to place everyone on some kind of scale, which honestly, I can see through all of that has nothing to do with a person's spiritual state. Nothing to do with it. I went to Chongpyong and started to realize how stupid I am, and tears and repentance. And repentance is such a sweet and beautiful thing because in my experience, true repentance is a sweet taste. It's not just sour, bitter, and painful. It's like, it's got the sweet, it's sour and sweet at the same time, because inside true repentance is gratitude. Because there comes the realization of how much we've been blessed, how much we've been given, how much we've been forgiven. And so those of you who are approaching married life, or those of you who are already blessed and haven't yet fulfilled your vertical chombo, do it immediatamente, as they would say in Italy. Immediately. Do it immediately. This is a vertical chombo. These are the people that lived and died for your existence. And so we can liberate them and bless them and also get rid of some, bad guys. So that's a vertical chombo. But horizontal chombo is we're doing the same thing. We're liberating and blessing the people of our community, our relatives, the people we love. And True Mother now really just wants us to think in terms of 43. So how I think about chombo is in external world terminology, you would say this is a heavenly influencer. So you don't just have like 1,000 TikTok followers or 10,000 TikTok followers or YouTube followers. You're not just an influencer. You're a heavenly influencer. So think today about your life, in what way you want to improve your heavenly character. Think today about what way you could improve the way you show up in your family. Remember, to make a better heavenly family, you can't change the other 5 or 10 members of your family. You can only change yourself. I can only change myself. But if you close your eyes right now and ask God, in what way can I change myself to show up better for my family, that will improve your family. And the same, what about heavenly stewardship? Maybe some of you are studying, making money, or you have some mission. All of those things are related to your heavenly stewardship. So in what way are you improving your environment this week, today, this month? And finally, chombo. This is the way to bring joy to God and true parents. As a second generation, I keep my purity. I prepare for the matching. I prepare for the blessing. As a first generation, the same, but I'm safe. Maybe you're getting a job, you're working and saving extra money so that when you get matched immediately and blessed, you can immediately start doing your liberation and blessing for your ancestors. This is how you should be thinking. Okay, so God knows, and if you meditate on it now, what you are inspired to do today, this week, in each of these 4 realms. We've been given these 4 great blessings, and if I'm not doing something every day, if I'm not doing something every week towards each of these, then surely I will struggle. Those of you that are approaching the matching and blessing, you must know that chombo is the greatest blessing for you. You must understand, more valuable than even the blessing is the blessing of chombo as a blessed couple, if you can fulfill. And not only that, it is the foundation for all of the miracles and all of the victories that true parents are bringing on the world stage. Do you understand? Father said this: if you had done your home church activities, we would not have needed to go through the course of the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification. Everything would have been finished already. Do you need me to repeat that, or can you read? Father said that in 1996. If you had done it already, it used to be called home church. It's all the same. In other words, if you had become like me, like a true parents, and become the owner of the mission, taken your blessing, taken your responsibility, and multiplied it, everything would have been done. We wouldn't have needed to even set up the course of Family Federation for World Peace. Can you imagine? everything would have been finished already. So if that one sentence isn't enough for you to recognize how central and how important it is, I don't know what else to say. This is the reality. Therefore, as you prepare for the blessing, get ready to liberate and bless your ancestors. Get ready to bless those that maybe you've already witnessed to. Bring them into your realm. Think about how you are going to uniquely influence your environment. We don't all have to do it the same way. Let us do it together, though. In other words, let us listen to one another, support one another, learn from one another, but more than anything, be determined to go together. Because as a couple, if you can fulfill Chombo, and if you can make that as your goal right now, I promise you everything else will be so much easier for you. How many times Yumiko and I struggled? I can't write 2 books about it. I have to write like 10 books about it. And what was it that kept us together every time we faced a challenge? It was the fact that our marriage started in that 90-degree place where the only thing I knew about my wife before I married her was that she was as crazy as me to believe that God was going to work and somehow put me in touch with the daughter that was best suited for me to grow and to grow my heart and change my heart so that I too could become an owner of love that can reach all realms of the universe. Yeah, I'm still working on it, but that's my testimony. That's my commitment. That's my experience. And that's True Parents teaching. So brothers and sisters, congratulations for those of you who are getting ready for this incredible stage in your life. It doesn't end at the matching. It doesn't end at the blessing. It's just getting going. Even it doesn't end when you get your purple Chombo robe. It's just the beginning. But we're only here for a very short time. So please don't be tempted to think that centering on your ideas and centering on yourself, you can find someone better, or you can do it a better way, or you can do it according to your schedule. Please put your 100% faith and trust in God. And know that God will work through your central figures. God will work through your leaders also. Because it was God that matched Adam and Eve. And that was what gave Adam and Eve the authority to match their children. They threw it away, and True Parents brought it back for us. And thanks to True Parents, we've regained the 3 great blessings. We've been given the 4th great blessing. And we as parents will be able to match and bless our own children. Isn't that amazing? So this is what we've signed up for. Yes, it's not easy, but it's an amazing ride. So thank you all, brothers and sisters. God bless you. I hope you could get something out of this 60 minutes. Thank you so much to our organizers and especially our interpreters. I don't know how you can keep up. Aju.
Aju, amazing. Thank you so much, our President Damian Dunkley. We really felt God and Heavenly Parents and True Parents' heart through you. Isn't it, everyone? Yeah? Everyone, have you felt it? Our Heavenly Parents, our True Mother's heart through us. Thank you so much, our President Damian Dunkley, for your wonderful lecture. Truly, through Chombo, we can really protect our family, our individual, and our society, and have a foundation for the world. Thank you so much. Let us give thanks to our President Damian Dunkley. Please give him a round of applause. Yeah, turn on the cameras and clap.
Thank you, beautiful people. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's keep this moment and let's have a group photo. Yeah, we would like to welcome our President Damian Dunkley to have a group photo with us. And everyone, please turn on your cameras, okay? Let's have 1, 2, 3, smile, 3 pictures, okay? 어머니! 사랑합니다. Vision 2027, 승리, 승리, 승리. Yay! Once again, let's thank our President Damian Dunkley for his wonderful words. Thank you so much for all your experience.
God bless you, Asia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, finally, we could have this inspiration directly from the representative of our True Mother in Asia Pacific One. Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much. And let's go to our next part. Let us welcome our elder sister here in Asia Pacific. Yeah, she is a wonderful daughter of God also, and she is also a Chombo couple. Yeah, she is the eldest child and only daughter of our Dr. and Mrs. Young, and she has staff for the second generation Thailand workshop for every year, and she also received the blessing in 2010. Let us have a virtual applause to welcome our elder sister, Mrs. Jisan Young.
Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me. Yeah. Can everybody see my PowerPoint? Okay, great. So yeah, before I start, I'd like to thank President Dunkley for the inspirational lecture on Temple. And thank you for inviting me as a speaker to talk about blessing testimony today. And I realized today is October 10th in heavenly calendar, and it is actually the date when we received the blessing. So I was thinking I was meant to give a testimony today. So I hope my testimony will help you in some way for your preparation of your blessing and also keeping the blessing as well. Okay. I'm assuming most of you have heard about our blessing testimony through my husband, Ken. But for those who do not know me, I would like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Jisun Young, and I received blessing 11 years ago in 2010 at Somerville University. Ken is my husband's name, and he was 18 years old, and he was studying international relations at Somerville University. And I was 17 years old, a high school student in Sydney. And we became a family of 3 now, including our 2-year-old son, Jihuan Shumitat. And now we are living in Sydney. Okay, just to talk about what was going on around me at the time, our family just moved to Australia from Korea since my father's mission was in Oceania. So I was a high school student, and I remember I was struggling a lot to adapt in the new country and culture. Previously, I was living in Korea, accustomed to the Korean culture, study style, and friendship. And however, since I moved to Australia, everything in my lifestyle changed, including schooling and my relationship with peers. So first of all, I had to learn a new language, English, which I didn't really like when I was studying in Korea. And I needed to accept new Australian culture, which I could not relate with much. With the identity confusion and struggles that just living in a new environment, I didn't have self-confidence at all when I was in high school. So of course, my parents tried to support me in various ways, internally and externally, but peer relationship is quite important in high school age, right? So I remember I spent a lot of lonely, sad, and tearful days back then. At the time, I was receiving a lot of life of faith education through attending family hundoke every day with my parents. Through hundoke, I was able to hear various contents related to our faith, such as importance of blessing, church traditions, providence, and True Pen's life course. So it was very natural for me to start thinking about the blessing and build a cornerstone of my faith based on the words. Also, by around 2008, True Parents began to tell blessed families that second generation should receive the blessing at the age of 17 or 18, as Adam and Eve fell when they were teenagers. So as you can see in this slide, True Father mentioned in invocation, at the second generation matching, please bestow your grace of the blessing here. And now that you have opened new gates through which the tradition of the blessing of second generation children from 17 to 24 of age merges. So yeah, I still remember my parents were placing so much emphasis on maintaining purity and being matched during the teenage years because they like to follow True Father's guidance 100% exactly as it is. So I was actually thinking that the matching and blessing process would begin so soon at the time when I was still in high school. But receiving education from my parents gave me a good foundation for my matching, regardless of being ready or not. So this was the diary which I wrote 10 years ago, and I found this old diary when I was cleaning my bookshelf before giving birth. And I wrote in my diary saying that I am hearing a lot about blessing these days. My mom told me that it is important to receive the blessing, but more importantly, we need to keep our blessing preciously without breaking it. I'm not sure what will happen in the future when it reaches the year 2013, but I would like to receive the blessing from True Father. Please, I really want to receive the matching from him, and I don't want to follow the secular marriage process by deciding my spouse based on my desires. So, regardless of being ready for the blessing, I had the desire to be matched directly from the Messiah as opposed to the parents matching, since the year 2009 was when True Father was still alive and many second generation were matched directly through True Father. So when I heard that my parents were searching for my spouse at the time, I was quite skeptical in the beginning because I thought there was no other matching process better than being matched directly by True Father, since he's the Messiah who knows everything. However, there was a turning point when my thought changed when I heard about one matching story that my dad decided. There was a second generation boy whose mother was the attendant staff for True Parents. And one day, True Father was going to match him by asking his mother. And she told True Father honestly that her son was already matched with the girl whom my dad matched. And True Father asked the mother to bring the girl's picture. And then when True Father saw the picture, he said, "This is such an amazing couple. I can see that this couple will flourish in the future. This is a good match." So through hearing this story, I came to realize that I shouldn't think my parents are just physical parents, but I should think that God and True Parents are working behind my parents, and therefore I should absolutely obey my parents. Then one day, my parents started to bring a few candidates for my matching. And I was told that I need to start offering condition with them in order to know if this matching is the right matching decided by God. So first, my parents introduced a Korean brother whom I've never met before, but it did not progress further. Secondly, my parents said there is a good brother called Ken from Cambodia, whom I've only met one time when I went to Thailand. And as soon as I heard about him, I did not really have a good feeling because my first impression towards him was not that great. And then this picture is when I first met him in Thailand when we went to Kauai Island with other Asian second generation. And I still remember when we came back from the island, one of the members in Thailand asked us how old we were. And Ken answered, "I'm 18." And I answered, "I'm 17. And he was looking at us alternately and jokingly said, "Why don't you guys get matched?" And I remember we responded to him straight away, like, no. However, my parents brought the picture of Ken, and despite not having such a good image about him, I followed my parents and started to offer 40 days Cheongsam condition together with his parents. And surprisingly, on the 38th day of offering Cheongsam, we received a revelation from God. I and my father had a dream on the same day, and I will not go through what the dream was in detail this time, but I can tell that I felt very happy and bright after having the dream. So also hearing my father had a dream on the same day as I had a dream, I could feel that this match was something that God really desires. So on that night, my dad called from overseas and was so excited to tell me that Brother Ken is going to be my eternal spouse. And he wanted to send me to the blessing ceremony, which would be held in 5 months. Of course, I could feel the matching was decided by God, but it didn't mean I was ready to receive the blessing when I was in high school. So obviously there was a gap between True Father's words and my reality, as I felt overwhelmed with going to the blessing in such a short period. Since then, my struggle started. Whenever they brought up the topic of the blessing, I did not want to listen, and I've often ended up fighting with my parents. And I was struggling so much because I thought I was not ready to go to the blessing with my internal situation at the time. And I already felt overwhelmed with my studies, friendship, and adjusting to a new place, that there was no space for me to be ready to go to the blessing. And at the time, I thought this is not the right timing for me to go. Oh, sorry, I just missed that part. So yeah, I continuously pray and pray with tears after reading some True Parents' words. Then one day, what my mother said to me stuck in my heart. It was, the blessing is not for yourself. You receive blessing for the sake of others. So she said so because my grandparents visited me at that time and were watching my matching progress. They were not church members and often opposed our church in the past, but after hearing my matching story and the meaning of the blessing, they said, if my granddaughter receives the blessing this time, we would also like to go together. Well, what she said unfortunately added more pressure to me because I felt bad towards them. Then one day, when I was offering my cheongsam, I had a strong feeling emerge in my heart. It was the voice I could hear from my deepest heart saying, I should go now. I should go and receive blessing this time. So although I was not internally ready for the blessing at all, I listened to my heart's voice and made up my mind to go to the blessing. So finally, on the 10th of October 2010, I received blessing together with my grandparents at Sunmun University. So even though it was a tough time, I completely obeyed God, True Parents, and my parents by following the path my original heart told me to go. So even at the blessing ceremony, I was very nervous. I remember I went to toilet for several times and I was struggling internally, but I realized some very important lessons after I came back from the blessing ceremony. So after I came back from Korea, I was offering a prayer at home. And at the time, I was able to feel God's deepest love for the first time. And I could sense God's enormous grace by feeling very warm spirits surround me while I was offering prayer. So I thought I received the blessing for the sake of others, such as for my parents, grandparents, and my spouse. But what I realized was that the blessing was actually for me. At the time, I came to understand God really wanted to give this blessing in order to save me from all the struggles and hardship I was going through at the time by sending my spouse, Ken. So do you think we became happily ever after couple? Well, generally speaking, yes and no, because we did face some struggles after we were blessed. Like many of you here may be facing, we also had a language barrier, cultural difference between men and women, and so on. And it was even harder to solve these problems because we were in a long distance relationship. So I'm not going to talk deeply about this. That is another big topic. However, there are a few things that I learned before and after receiving the blessing, which became the cornerstone of my faith. Firstly, God knows you more than you know yourself. Regardless of whether I am ready at that time or not, I have to adjust to God's time in order to receive heavenly fortune. Therefore, I need to remove my own self. Even if the preparation is difficult, when you overcome this hardship, you can receive huge blessings. And secondly, God sends a person who is a perfect match for you, even though you cannot really understand him or her well now. Through your spouse, God is loving you. This is something I am feeling up until now as well. I gained so much self-confidence after I met my husband because I feel that God is loving me through him. And thirdly, therefore, I should love my husband just as he is, no matter what, because he is God's son who was created to meet me. And finally, when I have conflict with my husband, I try to think I'm not always right. Standing in my spouse's point of view with a genuine heart resolves most of the problems. So I realized that we truly need to practice the philosophy of living for the sake of others through my spouse. So with the last point I mentioned, I'd like to conclude with this beautiful True Father's words on husband and wife relationship. Love cannot be realized by oneself. Where does love come from? Love does not come from me, but from my spouse. Since love comes from my spouse, I must bow my head and serve her. This is where the heavenly principle of living for the sake of others originates. When something highly noble comes to me, I must honor and serve it in order to receive it. We must practice the philosophy of living for the sake of others. So I believe if we follow this principle of practicing the philosophy of living for the sake of others through my spouse, I believe we can overcome all the struggles we may face between husband and wife. And I hope we can all strive to achieve what True Father said here by serving my spouse. And we can really become very solidified, understanding, and loving couple that our church continuously expresses as an idea of family. Okay. And with that, I hope you guys receive abundant blessing because the person you right now is the person God has sent you to love you. So thank you so much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you so much. Let's give a hand to our elder sister, Mrs. Ji San-yeon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ji-san. Actually, when I first saw your couple, 2012 on the Asia second generation workshop, I was so inspired. I directly go to the blessing after two months. So inspired. So really, your couple really have this light that shines from God in true parents. Thank you so much for being an inspiration, Ji-san. Let's give a hand again to our sister Ji San-yeon and his husband here, who's gonna talk later. Yeah, let's give a hand to them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, amazing. Wow, we got a lot of inspiration from our President Dunkley and a testimony that really solidized all this love from our heavenly parents to us, right, couples and our brothers and sisters here. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, so finally we could have also this time to have a break. So let's have a 10 minutes break, brothers and sisters. You can have some time to go to the restroom and do the things that you have to do. Please be back after 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
마지막 잎새가 떨어지고 있어. 겨울은 가고 다시 찾아온 봄비 같이 당신은 내 가슴에 사랑을 주네. 싱그러운 향기에 돼지는 꽃피건 그대 사랑에 내 가슴은 들뜨네. 왠지 모르지만 지나간 겨울밤을 지새웠던 순간
much, Christine, for that very refreshing and heartwarming break. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, did you love the song? Actually, the song was really touched my heart. It's really true that we need to give everything to our spouse. Yeah, so thank you, our Yojinim, for that beautiful song, and our Mr. and Mrs. Benji Oyama couple for singing. Okay, so everybody, are you ready for our next session? Can I hear a yes there? Can you type there some yes there? Yeah, are you ready? Yeah, for our next session, we will receive a lecture of conflicts and struggles and how to go out from those. So let's welcome, for us to give us this lecture, let's welcome our powerful Mrs. the BFD of Regional Asia Pacific, BFD Regional Director. Let's welcome our Mrs. Ursula McLachlan. Yay! Let's give her a round of applause.
Okay, thank you so much. And really, I'm so happy to see all of you. I don't know, you have received so much spiritual food and love through President Dunkley and Jisun's amazing testimony. I think you must feel maybe you're really full. I hope you can receive some more. But originally, I wanted to make this session more interactive, but I realized to put you into the breakout rooms, it takes a long time, so it's difficult to do it during the session. We will do it at the end of the session. I promise I will give you at least half an hour to talk with your spouse or match, or in small groups if your spouse is not with you. But in between, I think President Dunkley already encouraged you, please always use the chat box. So let's have interaction and give and take as I go along and in the chat box. So I can see you are following, you are engaged, you understand what is going on. And then please have either a pen and paper or a mobile where you can write your answers, that then we will do it during the breakout, so that you have the content ready and your reflection about what the issues we discussed, and then you can talk to each other at the end. So please take notes, otherwise you will not remember all the points that we are going through now in the next 40-45 minutes. I hope Thai translation will be going on. Please, the Thai translator, unmute. Okay, Thai is okay now? Yeah, I hope we can go on. I will start sharing my PowerPoint now. Oh, sorry. Somehow it went too far. I need to go back. Okay, so I will talk about conflicts and struggles. As you have heard, every couple at some point will struggle. I know that my daughter, when she was matched and blessed by True Father, that in the first maybe 1 month or something, she said to me in Chongpyeong, they were saying, please talk about your conflicts and struggles. And she said, you know, I never struggled with my husband yet. But don't worry, now that every year when we visit her, they do have their own struggles and their own ways of adjusting with their different character and approach to life. And we can see that both are necessary in order to make the family complete. If one person is very careful, takes a long time to decide, they want to make it perfect, you know, then they need someone who is more positive, outgoing, just wants to have it done, like my daughter, and her husband wants to do it perfectly, so they struggle. But they need it both, you know, and every couple will experience that, no matter where we come from and who we are. So therefore, when we struggle and in the time of stress, we hurt each other. It's unavoidable. President Dunkley said we are, come from a long lineage of 6,000 years or maybe 6 million years or longer of fallen nature, fallen lineage. So it's absolutely necessary that we learn to say sorry, that we learn to forgive each other. And the hurt, I will talk about it, that if we do not acknowledge and heal the hurt that we have experienced in our relationship, and even the hurt that we experienced even before we met our spouse, that hurt will come out, and is our job, our responsibility to heal our hearts, so that then when things become difficult, we can respond in a more positive and healthy way. Unresolved hurt that is buried in our hearts will undermine the trust and the openness in between the two partners, and it will surely destroy our marriage if we do not work on it. 41% of first marriages end in divorce. But the surprising thing is that 60% of second marriages end in divorce, and 73% of third marriages end in divorce. Why? The more often you get married, we would think you should have learned. But the problem is that most people, when they divorce, they think the problem was their partner. The problem was within the spouse. They married the wrong person. And they try it again and again and again. Maybe most famous example is Elizabeth Taylor. She tried 8 times and she failed 8 times. I don't know if finally she even married a 9th time and divorced again. The problem is that if we do not realize by changing the partner will not solve the problem. Only changing ourselves, changing the way we react, we interact with our partner will make our next attempt successful. So I really want to encourage every one of you, no matter how much you are struggling, if you take this lesson and if you do not fall into the trap of thinking, let me just change my partner and the next time it will be better. It will not happen without you realizing what you need to change in yourself and what you contributed to the breakdown of the relationship. Otherwise, it will happen again. Okay, so that is the purpose of my presentation today. How do we react when we get hurt? The most normal or natural way is maybe to get angry. And anger in itself is not bad. Honestly, it's one of the original emotions God gave us. And the purpose of anger is to let us realize that something is wrong and there's something that needs to be changed. It needs to be sorted out. The problem is that we often use our anger in a wrong way. And there are 2 inappropriate or wrong ways to manage our anger. Basically, we can categorize it. Either we react like a rhino. The rhino, when they get provoked, they will attack the person who provokes them, who makes them angry. The hedgehog is very different. When the hedgehog gets hurt or is afraid or sees an enemy, the hedgehog will withdraw when they are threatened. They will curl up, close their eyes, and don't want to see the enemy, don't want to see the problem. They want to just become invisible. So we need to think about, am I like a rhino or am I more like a hedgehog? Now, before we look at ourselves and identify our way of responding to difficult situations, first, I want you to understand why it is so important. You need to understand yourself first. Otherwise, you will fall into the trap of always thinking the problem is with my spouse. It's so important that you learn to manage your anger properly. Otherwise, you will go down this downward spiral from hurt. You get angry, you want to retaliate, you want to give back in a bad way, and you are afraid of more conflict, afraid of more hurt, afraid of more struggle. And one famous Welsh Christian minister, Selwyn Hughes, he said, an emotion is never buried dead. It is always buried alive. So if you just try to ignore it, try to think, oh, it didn't happen, or you change your partner and think, oh, whatever happened before in my first relationship is now gone. I start from zero. No, you will not start from zero. You start from minus, because that unresolved hurt that you experienced, and it's not only what you experienced in your own maybe first relationship or previous relationship, even what your parents, your ancestors didn't resolve, it is still within you and it will come out in your relationship. And you get angry with your spouse because your spouse will bring out these buried emotions. It will stimulate you to get angry and upset and hurt or run away as you did previously. And then you will be angry with your spouse. Why do you bring out these emotions that I want to forget? God is working through your spouse to help you realize, look, you have buried pain and anger and negative emotions in your heart. And if you don't bring them out and deal with them in a more healthy way, in a better way, they will come out again and again and again. And you can change your partner no matter how many times. It will never be resolved unless you look at yourself and you deal with these hurt emotions. Because when you get angry and feel hurt and you bury these emotions, then your behavior will change and there will be symptoms. I want you to look at it. Is that true for you? For example, if you are hurt and angry, but you didn't resolve it, some people or most of us cannot relax properly, or they might get angry very quickly and cannot tolerate certain situations. Others, they escape through drugs or alcohol, they turn to pornography, any kinds of smoking, unhealthy habits. Or some of us, maybe in our movement, we don't want to take drugs and alcohol and pornography. What do? We maybe escape into our work, our mission, our children, religious activities. It doesn't mean these activities are bad, they are good. But if you do them as an escape from, and instead of dealing with your hurt emotions, your anger, then these negative emotions will come out again and again. Also, you might have physical symptoms that you cannot sleep properly, that you cannot eat properly, or maybe you eat too much, cannot control, eating sweets maybe. Or you might even in more extreme situations, these negative emotions will cause ulcers, high blood pressure, pain. But the root cause is actually your hurt and pain in the heart. And they are emotional symptoms that maybe you don't feel happy anymore. You cannot feel romance or love or happiness with your spouse. You cannot enjoy anything because you have so much pain inside. Some of you might turn against yourself, the anger not against the spouse, but against yourself, and you will feel that you have no value, that you are no good, that you are not lovable, and you might even become depressed. Others might just shut down, cannot function anymore. And you might be afraid of confrontation because you are worried that you will get hurt even more. And I would like to know, do you feel that? Do you notice any of these symptoms within yourself? Then please put it in the chat box. Please put it in. If you see any of these emotions that come up, which of these emotions do you realize, do you see in yourself when you get hurt or angry and you don't resolve it? I would like you to even write it down, and think, yeah, some people here, oh, Teresa is afraid of confrontation. Thank you. What else? Anyone else? Another way how you react? You might not show all of these symptoms, Yeah, somebody is maybe afraid of confrontation and others blow up even more. I'm the one who, somebody here. Sunil Singh cannot relax. Divine cannot sleep well, right? Somebody, Ken shuts down, especially brothers. I think often they shut down. Yeah, some people escape into work. That's me. Women escape into, they escape into children, taking care of the children, and the husband suddenly is not so important anymore. So we can see that can really affect our relationship. Let's say in a couple, after, many husbands, they feel that, I'm only a machine to produce children for my wife. And when she has her children, she doesn't care for me anymore. She's much happier with the children than dealing with her husband. Well, that is not healthy for a happy relationship, for a happy marriage. So we need to find healthier ways to respond to conflict situations. And so now I want to ask you to take your pen and paper or your mobile phone, and we want to make a survey, check ourselves, okay? How do you handle anger? Now we want to look at the following questions. We'll do it together, okay, one by one. So to help you recognize how you typically respond when you feel hurt and how you display anger, put a number between 0 and 4 in the box against each statement to indicate how true it is for you. And then add up columns A and B. So it's very important for this to work. You have to separate. If a question asks you A or B, you have to put it in the right column, because at the end, we will add up all the 8s, what score you get, and how many Bs, what is your total score for B. So please don't mix it up, otherwise you cannot learn about yourself. Now, before we start, 0 means never. If you never ever do it, then you put 0. If you do it rarely, means really, really not often, but once in a long time I do it, then you put 1. If you do it sometimes, you put 2. If you do it often, you put number 3. And if you do it always, you put number 4. Okay, so now let's do it together. I know many of you don't speak English, so we'll have to give time for the translator to explain it. When I am hurt, number 1, I keep the peace at any price. Yeah. If I'm hurt, I keep the peace at any price. No matter what, I don't want to fight. So you put 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 under B. For this question, put it under B. Yeah. You will avoid fighting, no matter what. Okay, can we go to question 2? When I am hurt, I overreact and go on to attack. Now this one you put under A. If you never attack, never blame your partner, you put 0. If you do it always, you put 4, or you put 1, 2, or 3, depending how often you overreact and attack. Okay, you can put in the chat box. If you are brave enough to put your number into the chat box, you can do it. Maybe other people will feel comforted when they see, oh, there's someone like me. Okay, let's go to number 3. When I'm hurt, I fail to admit I'm angry or hurt. I don't want to recognize. I say, no, I'm not angry. No, I'm not hurt. I'm fine. Everything is okay. If you are like this, you have to put this under B. Okay, make sure you put this under B. 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can put it also in the chat box. Number 4, question 4. When I'm hurt, I apologize because I must have caused it. I'm the problem. So I apologize. You put this under B. Please put your number under B. If you think that you are the problem of this situation and you say, sorry. Can you follow? Okay, now let's look at number 5. When I'm hurt, I become controlling and bossy. Yeah, I want to be the boss. I want to be right. If you are like, this answer has to be under A. Yeah, you have to put this under A. Whether you are never bossy or you always get bossy, or sometimes you put the number this time under A. Okay. Number 6. When I'm hurt, I give my partner the silent treatment. Means I won't speak to him or her for the next day or the next week or for the next month. I'm so angry and upset. Now put your number under B. Put it under B this time. Okay. Now let's look at number 7. When I'm hurt, I'm quick to blame others. I will blame the other person for the problem. Put this number under A. Think about it and put it number under A. Now we go to number 8. When I'm hurt, I retaliate by becoming confrontational. That means I start fighting. I maybe counterattack or accuse my partner. So put this, your number, under A. How often do you counterattack? Number 9. When I'm hurt, I withdraw or shut down emotionally. You cannot show your heart, your love, your care anymore because you are hurt. You put this number under B. Make sure you put your number in the right column. When I'm hurt, I want to run away and hide. This is number 10. When I'm hurt, I want to run away and hide. How often do you do that? Put it under B. Okay, next, 11. When I'm hurt, I lose control or I become explosive by shouting or slamming the doors or do anything to show my anger. Put this number under A. Okay, now let's look at number 12. When I'm hurt, I say things I later regret. I say things that I should not say, and I'm sorry later. If you do whatever you do, how often you do it, put this number under A. Thirteen. If I'm hurt, I try to ignore my feelings. Put this number under B. Okay, this is B. Try to say nothing is wrong. Okay. Now, number 14. When I'm hurt, I become cold and cynical or sarcastic. If you do that, how often you do it, put the number under B. 15. If I'm hurt, I say things to hurt my partner. Put this under A. If I'm hurt, I withhold my physical affection. I don't want to be touched. I don't want to touch. Don't be close or hugged, right? If I'm angry, put that under B. 17. When I'm hurt, I demand immediate discussion of the issue. Put this number under A. If I'm hurt, I hurl or throw accusations at my partner to take the focus off my responsibility. So instead of being responsible and say I'm wrong, I will accuse my partner. Put this number under A. If I'm angry or if I'm hurt, I feel I don't have a right to be angry. Put this number under B. And the last question, when I'm angry, when I'm hurt, I bring up past hurt, not related to the issue. You bring up past problems. If you do, put this number under A. So now I want you to count your score under A and your score under B. And if you have done it, you can put the total score for A and B in your chat group. If you're brave enough to let us know. Wow, okay. Chosen, what is, oh no, Junil Chu is A16 and 25B. So that means he is more like a hedgehog. A represents, if your score is higher for A, like, who is that, Roylin? She has a higher score for A, then she is more like a rhino. And Jungil is more like a hedgehog because his B is higher. Oh, someone is exactly both. So you are half rhino and half hedgehog. Wow. Okay. So look at yourself. Wow, somebody is a very strong B here. Who is that? Ngampon. Okay, so many of you are more B than A, or someone is fair. Anyway, later, when you break out into your couple room group, you can talk about it, about this issue with each other, you know? Now I want you to think about it. The next is, think about it when you disagree. What are the words or phrases that you use that hurt your partner? You can just write it down and later talk about it in your discussion group when you have the couple discussion or in the group discussion. And then think also, what are the words or phrases that your partner uses which hurt you? So you can later talk about it. How do you actually hurt each other? And what will be a better way to talk about when you have a disagreement? This part is especially important if you or both of you react more like a rhino, if you are more the A type, if your score for A is higher than B, then please learn to be more careful. Think before you shout or get angry. But what about if you or both of you are more like a hedgehog? Well, you have to think of, are you or your partner able to express your views and feelings when you disagree? Or do you just keep quiet? And if you cannot easily express your views and feelings, how could you help your partner to do so in a healthy way? Or what would help you to express yourself more freely at a time of struggle? How can you initiate good and healthy conversation about difficult topics? So I want you to think about it, and I give you a little bit time to make notes for your discussion later. Okay. So I have to go on because we haven't finished all of our topic. So whether you have heard your partner or you have been hurt, please take the initiative to bring out the issue into the open so that things between you can be healed. Because if you do not address even small hurts, they can build up like small stones, which eventually block a drain. It means they can kill your healthy relationship. It can kill your trust. And in some cases, you know, like here, there's a Bible verse where it says, if you suddenly remember a grudge or a complaint, anger that your partner has against you, leave immediately, go to your partner and make things right. And if your partner offends you, go and tell them, work it out between the two of you. Some people say, don't go to sleep before working out any disagreement during the day. But what to do if at night you are still so burning mad and still so angry that you cannot talk about it properly without bursting out into emotions? In that case, it might be better to sleep over it. My husband used to take a walk when I got too angry, and there was no way of talking logically because I would just blurt out my negative emotion, frustration, anger at him. And he did the best way he could do. Just leave me alone. And later come back when I had calmed down. And then later we could talk about it. And sometimes it takes a night. Sometimes for some people it helps to sleep and then feel better, feel fresh the next day, and then take up the issue. But do not bury it. Do not ignore it. Eventually, you need to talk about it. Otherwise, it will become worse and worse. Now, when you talk about issues, you know, when you had a fight with each other, you said things or did things you shouldn't have done, take responsibility and apologize, say sorry. But you know, the problem is many times when we say sorry, we actually blame the other person. We say, you are the reason I got angry. The problem is not my anger, it's what you did is the problem. But that's not saying sorry. I have been champion of this. When I see this, for example, an example, I know I criticized you in front of the children yesterday, and we shouldn't do that. But I wouldn't have done so if you hadn't made us late. I hadn't done so if you hadn't made me angry, you know? So then actually I don't say sorry, I actually blame my spouse. Instead, I should say, I hurt you by criticizing you in front of the children yesterday. It was unkind of me. I'm sorry. Honestly, it takes a lot of humility to just apologize and take responsibility. Sorry, I should not have criticized you in front of the children. I should not have blamed you in front of your friends. You know, especially we sisters, we have to be very careful. Sometimes my husband was not angry about what I said, but when I said it, and I said it in front of other people, whether it's the children, friends, family members, we have to say things in private. And so criticizing us in front of our spouse is a complete no, and I have to apologize. It was unkind. Maybe the husband might say, I know I was grumpy and rude towards you last night, but you don't understand what intense pressure I've been under at work for the last 2 weeks. So again, in this way, you don't take responsibility for your grumpiness and bad mood, but you blame your company or whatever happened at work. So I had a right to be angry. I had a right to be grumpy and unkind. But that's not true. That's not mature. If I really want to practice true love with my spouse at night, I come home from a difficult day, but I was rude, I should apologize and say sorry. It was selfish and insensitive of me to be rude and grumpy towards you last night. I'm sorry to have hurt you. This way I can take responsibility for my own emotions. I don't blame someone or something else. This is really important. We learn to do it. So if we have a little bit more time, let me check. I just check. I have little time. So try to identify, especially think about it. If you are currently engaged or already blessed, then try to identify your partner's hurt and write it down. And later I want you to talk about it. In which ways have you hurt your partner and affected your relationship, which have not yet been resolved between you? Think back when you were together or when you were communicating long distance. Ask yourself. Now look at your own self. Don't look at your spouse. What have I failed to do that I should be doing? What have I done or what I am doing that I should not do? What should I change? What have I failed to meet my partner's needs? What have I said that has been hurtful? What have I left unsaid that could have shown love and encouragement? You can take a click of this page and later talk about it. For those of you who already canceled your relationship and you are preparing now for a new relationship, for a new matching, new blessing, you need to take responsibility for what you did wrong in the previous relationship. You need to learn from it and determine, I will not repeat the same mistake. So it's very, very important that you understand and take responsibility for the ways you have hurt your partner. Why? So you don't repeat the same mistake. So you don't destroy that new relationship in the same way you helped to break down the first one. So you can write a whole list of things that come into your mind, and you can be very specific. Like, I have stopped being affectionate and rejected your initiatives to be close. I've been involved in my work instead of talking to you. I'm always in front of my computer and my husband is second fiddle, is not so important. I've been out more consistently with friends than I have spent time together as a couple. I've said some very unkind things during that big argument we had 2 weeks ago about money. Okay. And here you can also take a picture of this. Then you can identify your own hurt and think about how has your partner hurt you. It's not important whether it was long ago or recently. Maybe your partner didn't even know that he or she had hurt you. And it could have happened once or many times. So you should write down or think about how you felt, and always use the I sentence when you talk to each other. I was hurt when you didn't say anything special about my promotion. I haven't got over the fact that you lied to me on the night we went out together the first time. I felt frustrated because you don't discuss financial decisions with me. So be very specific. And if you don't have enough time to talk about everything, take these slides and to talk about it later. But try to heal all the past hurt. And the last point I want to mention is we have to learn to forgive each other, because that is the greatest force to heal any relationship. So number one, you need to realize that forgiveness is not a feeling. Forgiveness is a choice that you are making consciously. Forgiveness always costs us something. We have to deny our own feelings. The question is not, do we feel like forgiving, but do we decide to forgive? Will we let go of our self-pity? Will we let go or stop demanding justice? Can we overcome the desire to retaliate and give back? So forgiveness is not to pretend that the hurt doesn't matter and you just try to forget about it. It is not denying the hurt and hoping it will just disappear over time. Don't think that our love for each other will somehow magically resolve any ways we hurt each other, so it doesn't matter. You need to resolve it through forgiveness, by facing the wrong that was done to us, recognizing the emotions inside, and choosing not to hold it against our partner. So please realize that forgiveness is a process. It doesn't come overnight. Your feelings don't change overnight. We often need to forgive in a marriage, maybe for the same hurt. Maybe like I'm hot-tempered. How many times I hurt my husband and he had to walk away until I calmed down, until I learned to control my anger. And it took years. Sometimes now when I look back, I feel ashamed of how long it took me to realize that the problem was not my husband, but the problem was me and the anger that was buried in my heart and that I inherited from my father's lineage, who had a lineage of hot-temperedness. But over time, by learning to forgive each other, by looking at ourselves, saying sorry, forgiving each other, over time, we can even overcome and change the deepest emotions that were buried inside. And we realize that God gave us our partner to help us look inside of ourselves, because we would be much more comfortable to just deny it, just to say it doesn't matter. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I'm not hurt. But God knows what is inside of us, and he gives us the partner we need to bring out all these buried emotions. So, okay, I want to now conclude. So don't expect healing to be instant. It takes time and we have to work on it. So we have to rebuild any trust that hampered our relationship, and we have to learn to be kind and gentle with each other. Okay, so now I want to send you into your breakout rooms. You can also click on this last slide for your discussions. I gave you a lot of content. I'm sure you can talk for half an hour. And in the groups where you have small groups, because your partner is not with you, you can share about your experience. You can learn from each other and also comfort each other and prepare yourself to do better in the future. So thank you very much. This is now the end of my presentation. Have a great time together in your small groups.
Next lecture will be from our elder brother. He is the third son of our Cambodian national messiah and the son-in-law of our dear Dr. Yong, and the current Oceania Youth Coordinator. And he even has a full-time job at Credit Corp. So he will be lecturing, building our life together. So let's learn together and let's welcome our Mr. Ken Schmita.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Wow, I can't believe that I am the person who has to give the last lecture of your 2-day workshop. But yes, I am very excited and happy to be here together with all of you. It's really nice to see all of the, again, newly matched or newly blessed couples. It really takes me back to 10 years when we first got blessed and matched as well. So I do again want to ask, I know we've been asking you before, but if you could really please turn on your camera if you can. I do like to go through and see all of your different faces while I'm speaking. So if you could turn on your camera, I would really, really appreciate that. Okay. All right, so without further ado, let me share my screen. Okay, yes. So the title of my lecture today is Building a Life Together as a couple, of course, and building a life together with God. So actually, you know, before I start, I really want to say I've been listening to all of the lectures just as you guys have since yesterday and today. And there were really so many things that I learned, even after 11 years of being blessed. You know, you still learn new things in a relationship. You still learn new things. And I was also really so inspired yesterday by Yesun and her husband's testimony, as well as President Dunkley's lecture about Chumbo, and really having he really shows us the big picture, right? And then, yeah, Ahara-san's lecture on getting through difficulty and hardship. And when I heard her lecture earlier just now, like I was nodding the whole time. I was agreeing with everything that she was saying the whole time, because I could feel that there were so many things that I had either experienced as well, or am still going through also. And so, you know, really at any stage that you are in your matching or in your blessing process, there was really so many golden things to take away and to learn from. And so I really, really appreciated being able to join all of those lectures together with you guys. So, all right, to go into my lecture, Building a Life Together. First, I'll quickly go through what is the table of contents. So there's kind of three main things that I want to cover with you guys today. First one being finding common ground. And then I want to talk a little bit about investing into your relationship. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about managing God's money. Okay, so let's get started. So finding common ground. You know, as a couple, it is important that we have a common life goal. Usually when you first come together in your matching or in your blessing, you may not have the same goal as your partner or as your spouse. You may have completely different goals. You may have goals that you may feel is contradicting, or it's a different direction, it's a different way. And this can be, a big difficulty through your blessing or through your matching process when you're spending time together, and then you can't seem to agree which direction to go, what's to follow, which goal should I give up my goal? Should I give up, my life's goal and follow his life's goal? Or should he give up his life goal and follow my life goal? So this is actually a very practical problem that almost all of us will face once we get blessed. Right? So we know it's important, okay, to have a common life goal. Now, when I say that, we require a common life goal, this obviously, I personally think that all of you, we should become the leaders. We should become the leaders. We should take on a public mission. We should become people who can really flourish even in a public mission. I know that our church requires people to take up more roles in the public mission. And so I really do desire that all of you do take up roles in public mission. However, it doesn't have to be limited to only doing public work, taking on a public mission. It can be anything. You don't need to have a common goal, and that common goal has to be public mission. Okay, it can be having a common goal in regards to your work. It can be having a common goal in regards to giving birth to children. It can be a common goal in regards to a passion. So it's not the actual thing itself that I'm saying is important, but what is important, that your goal or your common goal has to be connected to God and true parents. Because if your goal is not connected to God and true parents, then you pretty much lose your foundation for your blessing. Now, if you have a goal, there's something you want to become, okay? You have a career path in mind, or there's something you want to achieve, then you need to, step back and reflect to see, why do you want to achieve this? Is this a goal that is centered on yourself? Or is this something you want to achieve centered on God? Is this something you want to achieve centered on true parents? Okay, so for example, let's say you have a goal. Say you want to make $1 million. All right, you want to make $1 million. That's not a bad goal. It's a goal. It's not bad. It's not good. It's a goal. Okay, you want to make $1 million. Why? Why do you want to make $1 million? For what do you want to make $1 million? This is the important thing. If you want to make $1 million, anyway, I'll talk a little bit about money and managing finance a little bit more later, but my point is why you want to set up that goal. And if that goal that you set up, that passion that you might have, that dream, that life goal that you may have, that you've thought of your career path, you've spent the last 16 years of your life studying, and you have a very clear career path in mind, and you want to follow this career path, why? Ask yourself, do you have in your mind, in your goal, in your career path, do you have God and true parents there in the center? Or is it a career path you decided because it's what you want to do? Now, doing what you want to do is not a bad thing, but is God and true parents in that goal or not? This is the most important deciding factor. And that's why, for this reason, when you decide, if you don't have a goal, that's okay. So when you're in the process of deciding your goal, or you have a goal, okay, that's fine too. You really need to try to find why you want to achieve this goal. And you need to offer prayer and cheongsong together. And if you feel you don't have a common goal with your spouse, okay, you cannot find a common life goal, even more, you need to offer prayer and cheongsong together as a couple. Because now you're not an individual anymore. You're a couple. You cannot decide your goal by yourself anymore. That is something you now need to decide together. That's why you need to offer prayer and Cheongsong together. You cannot decide the goal by yourself. You know, when both the husband and wife has a life goal with a direction towards God, if your goal, whatever your goal is, okay, your work, your career, if this is connected with God and true parents, and your partner, your spouse has a different goal, not life goal, not a career, or maybe a different career, or you want to work and they want to do public mission, you feel like it's opposite direction. But if both of you have God and true parents in the center of your goal, then your two different goals is actually a common goal. As long as God and true parents are in the center of your goal, God and true parents are your common life goal. That's why True Father said, from now on, we are under the direct dominion of God. So we must consult with God on everything. On everything. You may have consulted God when you were preparing in the matching process or in the blessing process, but it's not a one-off instance that you consult God. We have to consult with God on everything. When you select your goal, or when you are making your life goal together as a couple, you need to consult with God. What is the right way? This is from the book, The Way of God's Will. This is the way that we walk, the way of God's will. We have to consult with God when we decide. Now, look, most people, especially if you're young, most people do not have a clear plan for the future. Hashtag undecided. Join the group. Usually when I was quite, within my early 20s to mid 25, I still didn't have a clear plan for the future. Undecided. That is okay. All right, that's okay, especially when you're young, it's okay. See, the beauty of being blessed at a young age is that you can grow together as a couple. You have time to make the decision together. Because when you become a couple, however, you cannot make the decision by yourself. And so if you have a specific goal, okay, if you do have a clear goal or your desire you want to follow, okay, then you can tell your spouse about it. Tell him, tell her, express your goal, why you want to achieve this. Why, what have you been doing for this goal? And, really explain yourself why this is important to you. You need to express yourself and let your spouse know, because he or she will not know if you don't tell them. You need to explain everything. You need to explain literally the ABCs, everything, in order for your spouse to understand. It's very important for you to convey that if you already have a specific goal, okay? Then you can talk about it together. Now, again, like I said, most of us, we're unsure. We don't have a specific life goal. We don't know what is our life goal, okay? And so these are probably some common questions PCs may have. What should I do for work in the future? When you're in university, you don't really think about this that much, at least up until you're maybe in your last year of university. And then you start thinking, okay, when I graduate, what should I do for work? Like, what should I actually, how can I make money? What job should I follow? You might ask yourself, should I take on a public mission? What should I do for public work? Which path should I take? You might be living in a different country, and you might ask, which country should we live in? Because that's a big decision to make. You need to choose which country one of you will go and live in together. What about your parents? What about my parents? What about his parents? What about her parents? If I go, who will take care of my parents? Who will take care of his parents? Should I finish my studies? Do I really need to finish my university? I'm not even gonna, I'm gonna become a mom. I'm gonna become a full-time housewife. Do I really need to finish my studies? What's the point of the degree if I'm not gonna work? Should I finish my studies or not? Or maybe you're on the opposite end of the spectrum. Maybe you're very, very good academically. Should I continue studying to get a master's degree? Or, as we all know, it's very important to study Korean. So you might ask yourself, should I study Korean? You know, personally, I think you should, but at the same time, I think there's a time to do it, and the time is when you're young. I don't know how old all of you are, but usually once you get to a certain point in life, maybe 25, 30, starting to study new language can become much, much harder than if you were young. So you need to ask, should you study Korean now? How to manage money. Every couple will come across this eventually. Maybe not yet now, that's okay. Maybe already now. How do I manage? All of these things, we have a lot of decisions to make. We're unsure about what to do with all of these things. I don't have the answer for this, by the way. This is an answer you need to decide. I don't have a golden answer here for you, but these are questions that you need to decide with your spouse. With your spouse. These are not a decision that you make by yourself. None of these questions that are up here are decisions that you should be answering by yourself. You know, many couples struggle with each other because these kind of questions are not answered. In fact, they're not even talked about properly with each other. You know, that's why a lot of struggles occur from here. And this is why we say that communication is important. You know, already Mrs. Ursula, she talked about a little bit about, you know, forgiveness and about the different kind of people and how to communicate. She talked a little bit about that. So I'm not going to go into the details of how to communicate, but that communication is really, really so important. Even when you're making decisions together, communicating with each other is really so important, especially if you're in a different country, especially if you're in a long distance relationship, even more so. I've talked about this before. It's so important that you're communicating together with each other, okay? It's okay if you suck at communicating. No one goes into the matching and blessing being a good communicator. You stumble, you fall, you say some things that they misunderstand and you hurt them. You didn't mean to hurt them. They hurt you. You misunderstood what they're saying. There's a language barrier. There's so many roadblocks that we all have to pass through. I've passed through and still passing through. You will pass through also. You don't have to be a good communicator straight away. It's okay. You can try, you can fall, stand back up again and try again. But it's important you try to communicate. You need to make the effort. You need to really try to communicate, okay? The more you try, the better you will become at communicating as well. So it's impossible to plan your future life as a couple if you do not communicate with each other. And so this finding common ground is really about communicating with each other and just expressing what are your goals and what are your desires and why. So it's important for you to explain your emotions and why you feel that way. You need to explain everything. When you first meet, maybe you have a long distance relationship and everything over a long distance relationship is okay. And then you meet and you spend a week together, then you spend 1 month together, and you spend 3 months together. And then you realize after meeting, up until now, everything was fine. But after coming together and meeting, you finally realize, oh my God, there's so many things, there's so many small things here that you don't like, or that makes you feel uncomfortable. Or, you know, when you first meet, you're very, very self-aware. You're aware of everything about yourself. How am I acting? What is my behavior? You know, how does he see me? How does she think about me? You're very, very self-aware of everything. In the beginning, you know, when you're at home, it's okay to be a little bit selfish here, a little bit lazy there sometimes. It's okay, sometimes you don't do this, sometimes you don't do that. But when you meet and you're together for the first time, all of a sudden, all of these small comforts that you had at home disappear. And then a lot of misunderstanding takes place. And so you need to explain everything. You might think, oh, of course he can understand. Of course she will understand. This is 1 + 1. They know that 1 + 1 is 2. But guess what? He doesn't know that 1 + 1 is 2. You need to explain everything, all of your small emotions, all of your way of thinking. Like, you just need to always express and explain yourself and communicate with each other. That is how you can find your common ground. So life planning, okay, finding this common ground, and life planning occurs when you stop thinking about yourself and you start thinking about your spouse. That is when life planning starts. You cannot be happy no matter how successful you may become if your relationship with your spouse is bad. You cannot become happy if your relationship with your spouse is bad. That's why do not decide by yourself. Do not decide these things by yourself. You need to talk about these kind of things with your spouse. You know, this is like almost a deja vu for me. I gave so many lectures in regards to the blessing before, and I always say the same thing. Do not decide your spouse by yourself. You should not decide your spouse by yourself. You should let God decide for you. These questions is the same. Do not decide by yourself. First, you need to decide together with your spouse. Second, you need to let God enter through you, through your spouse, and help you to decide these questions. That's why we need to consult with God about everything. When you make these decisions, make sure that you and your husband or you and your wife are making that decision together with God. And so true parents say, the true husband thinks that he was born, lives, and will die for the sake of his spouse. The same is true for the true wife. The husband and wife of an ideal, happy, and peaceful family carry the principle to live for the sake of their spouse. You live for the sake of your spouse. Your spouse exists for you. He exists because of you. She exists because of you. And you exist because of her. So when you plan for the future, when you're trying to talk and discuss your future or what to do, these kind of things with your spouse, think about, how can I bring the most happiness to my husband? How can I bring the most happiness to my wife? And then I guarantee you, you will automatically find common ground. You will find a common goal. So if you're struggling because you don't have a common goal, let go of yourself. You struggle with each other's different life goal because both of you are thinking first from yourself. You're thinking of yourself. You're thinking for yourself. You're not thinking for your spouse. That's why you're struggling. That's why he's struggling. That's why she's struggling. That's why you're all struggling. You know, self-centeredness makes you struggle. But when you think that you were born for, that you live for, and you die for your spouse, you will not have an issue in planning your life together. This is what I call living for the sake of the other. We hear this so many times, but you know, when you become a couple, living for the sake of the others really takes on a new meaning. It's like a new world. It's like, oh my God, this is what it means to live for the sake of the others. This is crazy. You want me to live for the sake of the others like this? There's so many more levels when you become a couple. So then, you know, what is your common ground with your spouse? Think of your couple. What is your common ground? Like I mentioned in the beginning, you know, you came together, if you're already blessed, you came together under God and true parents. If you're matched, you are coming together under God and true parents. You know, your very, very first common ground is God, is true parents. God and true parents will always be your first common ground. We all came from God and from true parents. So even if you have a goal or you have desires that you may think is different, different direction. If you bring the focus back to God and true parents, that different direction will converge and come back together. Centering on God and true parents. How beautiful is it that our common ground, in fact, not just your common ground with your spouse, all of our common ground is God and true parents. But in your couple, even more so, it's important that you find that common ground through God and through true parents. God and true parents really have the answer for you, for your struggle, for your couple, through God and true parents. Really, that is your common ground. Through God and true parents, they're your common ground. And so, when I was preparing for this lecture, I was writing some things I wanted to share, some of the scripts that I wanted to explain to you. And after I read this, I'm like, oh my God, this is so powerful. This is, by the way, from Blessing an Ideal Family. If you've never read it, I recommend it. There's really so much deep content for couples, for families. Blessing an Ideal Family, if you ever need inspiration. And then I was writing, some of the things I wanted to say. And then after I read again what I wrote, I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I said, we always look at your parents' words. I'm going to share with you now, what is Ken's words? These are the words that I wrote down. And then after I read them again, I'm like, oh my God, this is so true. And I just actually shared them with you just now. When you think you were born for, live for, and die for your spouse, you will not have an issue in planning your life together. This is called living for the sake of the other. Of course, this is almost a copy and paste of what true parents said, but I actually, in my head, I said this not by looking at God and true parents' words, but when I actually was thinking what I wanted to share with you, I wrote this down, and then I looked at true parents' words, and then I found true parents' words that's almost the same. And I said, oh my God, this is like Ken's words. God wants to share this message to you. I'm going to put it down there. This is Ken's words. Because really, I don't know what kind of determination you made, what kind of hearts that you had when you first got matched or when you first got blessed. Really, if your motivation started with God and true parents, when you struggled, you need to go back to that motivation. Go back to your origin. Go back to God and true parents. You really need to find, again, God and true parents. If before you had struggled, you find God and true parents in yourself, now when you struggle as a couple, you need to find God and true parents in your spouse. God and true parents are alive in your spouse. Your spouse is God's son. Your spouse is God's daughter. So if you're struggling, please don't give up easily. You need to really talk, you need to really invest. You really need to think back on yourself and think, if I'm born for, if I live for, if I die for my spouse, then how can I complain? How can I give up? How can I take the easy way? If you really follow this true parents teachings, really true parents teachings are so amazing, so inspiring. So yes, please find your common ground in God and in true parents. And then next I want to share a little bit about investing into your relationship. So, you might say, okay, I've joined this workshop. I want to find our common ground. I want to find our common God. I want to think centered on God and true parents. But my spouse has no interest in this. I want to follow God and true parents, but my spouse, I don't think he or I don't think she wants to do this. What to do? If you're here at this workshop itself, I believe you want to follow God and true parents. Everyone in this workshop has the desire to want to follow God and true parents. So maybe this is not your problem. Maybe, thankfully, this is not a problem for you, that your spouse does not want to follow God and true parents. In which case, hallelujah, thank God. I'm happy for you. At least both of you have a desire to follow God and true parents. That itself is a blessing already. And I'm happy for you. But some people have this problem. Some people have a spouse whose spouse don't want to follow God and true parents. So what to do? What do you do when you have these kind of difficulties? Okay, firstly, like, Ahara-san said, it's important to talk openly about this, okay? Without any kind of judgment. How can you not judge someone who doesn't want to follow God and true parents? The moment you say, you don't want to follow God and true parents, I judge you. No judgment. Do not judge him or her. They're still God's son. They're still God's daughter. And then you need to ask your spouse how they think. Why do they feel this way? Why don't they want to follow God and true parents? If they don't want to go this way, then what do they want? What is important for you? And you need to express what you want. Why is God and true parents important for you? What you desire from this blessing. And then you need to try to find a way to understand each other. Maybe actually he does want to follow God and true parents. Maybe he's just rebelling. Maybe his deepest desire he does, but externally he doesn't want to admit. We don't know. You need to talk about it. You need to dig deeper about it. You need to find out and try to understand the other couple. Again, when I heard Yeson's couple's testimony yesterday, it really, really touched my heart. You know, her spouse said, really, how earnestly have you invested? He shared his story. He heard from, the 3-7 couple, which is a 777 couple, 777 couple. How earnestly have you invested your everything in order to find the answer, in order to find God? Did you really try your hardest to the point you feel like dying? Have you searched for God in that way? Because God has searched for you in that way. True parents search for us in that way. Even your spouse, if she doesn't want to follow God and true parents, still God and true parents have found that spouse up until now. They've received the matching with you to this point. They've received the blessing with you up to this point. So how much did you really, really, really invest in your relationship? How can you give up in your relationship? After God and true parents did so much, how can you just easily give up? This is a blessing that we receive from God. I really love all of my brothers and sisters here. I love my second generation around the world. I really love all of you. But even if you need to go through hell in your relationship with your husband, in your relationship with your wife, I truly believe that even if you have to go through hell, you need to have the determination, you will find a way. Someone else cannot do this for you. You have to find a way. And when you make the resolve that you will find a way, then God will help you find a way. Because God is always looking for you, always looking after you.
God will surely help you find the way when you make that resolve. Surely. So of course, it can be difficult to overcome by yourself. You need to make the effort, but it can be difficult. So you need to go and consult with your parents. Don't try to do it by yourself. Get help from your parents, from both families. You know, the blessing is not just one man and one woman coming together. The blessing is two families coming together. That means if the blessed couple is having an issue, you need to involve both parents. You need to invest like crazy. You need to invest your everything and then involve both your parents. There is no way that this structure will not work. If you really invest that way, there is no way that that will not work. But you need to discuss it with both families. Let both families pray together. Let both families offer cheongsam together. Let both families read True Parents' words together regarding this issue, whatever issue you might have. You know, have you done that? Have you really tried that or not? If you've not done it yet, well then, try. You know, when both families invest in it together, you can receive even greater spiritual guidance. If only you invest, if only your couple invests, then your investment in the guidance from the spirit world is limited to just you or just your couple. But if your parents also invest, if both families, then it's like you have two tribes in the spirit world backing you up. When you report to your parents, when you vertically report to your parents, or you're reporting to God and True Parents through your parents, you allow God to enter into that relationship. That's why it's so important to report to your parents, to open up, confess, talk about it, and let God, allow God to enter, allow God to guide your relationship. Now, the reality is there are some couples who might have difficulty going to their parents for whatever reason. Maybe parents passed away. Maybe they're just not together. Maybe something happened. I don't know. There's many different situations, many different blessed families, you know, complex situation. If you cannot go to your parents, if it's difficult to involve your parents, or you already involved your parents and both families still struggling, okay, please go to a church leader. Please go to a trusted church leader, preferably a blessed family department. If you have a big issue, of course. If it's a small issue, you don't need to bring it to the BFD. But if you have a big really issue, you're really struggling with the blessing, you're really to the point where you think, I don't know what to do. You know, go to blessed family department. Get help from someone who you can respect, who you respect in that, you know, in the church. Because if you go with someone that you don't respect, you cannot get help from someone you don't respect. Even if they give you help, you're not going to take it. So go to someone who you respect, you can really open your heart and follow. The worst thing that you can do, if you face a problem, a big problem for your blessing, okay, the worst thing you can do is ignore the problem. Don't face it. Run away. Okay, I can understand you may not want to face the issue because it's hard. You know, it's emotionally very draining. It's easier to put it off, ignore it. But like Aharon-san said, it will not go away. If you have a problem, it's a big problem. It is really a big problem for you, for your matching, for your blessing. You need to face it. It will not go away. Yes, maybe you need time. That's okay. You can take time. That's okay. You don't have to get everything solved right away. You know, just because you join this workshop does not mean your problems will be solved. You need to put in the effort still. and it can take time. That's okay. Important is that you don't run away. You don't ignore the problem. You have to confront it. You have to face it. And when you face it, please don't face it yourself only. Please ask for help. Ask for help from the parents, from your respected leaders, from church. Please get help. So I want to share again parents' words. If you become angry with your wife or you scolded your children, you must apologize to them and love them even more. Say sorry. Also in the previous lecture, you heard really how powerful forgiveness is. And when your spouse says sorry, and you can feel that they're sincere, not just a fake sorry, you can feel their sincerity, please find it in your heart to forgive him, forgive her. And true parents' words are really so amazing. It's like true parents know all of this already about us. A man is a representative of true father, and a woman a representative of true mother. If a husband neglects his wife, therefore, this means that he neglects true mother. If a wife tells a lie to her husband, this means that she tells a lie to God. Even if you're not in a good relationship, or even if you're struggling, even if there's something you hate, you don't like, still your spouse, your husband, is a representative of true father. You might hate him, you might hate his guts, and you might be angry at him, but he's still a representative of true father. In some way or form, he's an individual embodiment of truth of God. And you are an individual embodiment of truth of God too. So if the wife lies to the husband, that means you're lying to God. She's lying to God. So it's important you don't lie. You don't neglect your spouse. These small things, seemingly small things, you know, a lie can be small, it can be big, but it's seemingly small, but it will eat away at him or her. It will erode your relationship. It will kill your relationship eventually. So please don't lie to God. Please don't lie to true mother, to true father. Because your spouse is a representative of true father, is a representative of true mother. Okay. And now, the slightly lighter note, I want to talk about the third thing today. And this is managing God's money. Okay? Why am I saying managing God's money? This is really about managing your finances. Okay, I want to talk about managing your finances. Firstly, this is called managing God's money, is because your money is not your money. You are managing God's money. It's God's things. It doesn't belong to you, it belongs to God. However, when you offer that money as tithing to God, then God will give you permission to use the other 90% of his money. So you can live, you can survive, you can eat out, you can go watch movies together, you can spend time together you can create a beautiful life. You can make a good life together. God wants to see you thrive. He wants to see you wealthy. He wants to see you happy. Create a happy couple and then a happy family. But don't forget, it's God's money. So we need to know how to manage God's money, and we need to manage it well. You know, if you squander God's money because you're using it recklessly or carelessly, you're wasting the money. How sad is that? You cannot create a rich life. But if you manage God's money well, then you can create a rich life for you and for God. So it's important that we manage money and we manage it well. Okay, so I kind of already mentioned this thing, but I'll just read through it again. So why do we live? Do we live to earn money? You know, is the purpose of living to earn money? Is it to buy a house? Is it to go to a good school or to get a good job? Is it to eat good food? That is not why we live. We do, however, we certainly need all of this. We need a house, we need food, we need to go to school, we probably need to get a job too. We can't do with any of these things, but it is not the purpose, it's not why we live. That's why True Father says, those who follow money, okay, those who follow money cannot go the path of eternal life. That means we should not follow money. We should not chase money. Do not make money your number one priority. Do not let money take dominion over you. Don't let money control you. You need to take dominion over money. You need to control money. This is part of the third blessing. Have dominion over the earth. And one of the greatest tools that we have on the earth is money. It's a great tool. It's an amazing, and it's a wonderful tool. So don't let the tool dominate you. You need to have dominion over money. This is God's blessing. So why does True Father say that don't follow money? True Father is warning us. Okay, first thing, he's warning us very clearly about the danger of money. Because Satan loves using material things to rule over people. Satan loves taking material things, dingle it in front of you, like, you want this, don't you? And try and control you that way. We know drugs, smoking, alcohol, sex, these kind of things, we know. But you know, he really loves using money too. Satan loves using money to try and control you. So True Father is warning us about the danger of money. And the divine principle teaches us that it is to experience joy. Why do we live? Okay, it's to experience joy, and that the utmost joy is found through the three great blessings, right? And as President Dunkley has now shown us and taught us, to establish the four great blessings. So we need training of faith. We need to train our faith in order to grow our love. Okay, because that's what the three blessings is we need to perfect our love. And that is the training. Your husband, your spouse, your wife is your training to help you grow your love. You need your husband, you need your wife to train your love. You need her, you need him, absolutely. So then, do we not need any material things? Better yet, okay, is money bad? Is money, some people like to say this, money is the root of all evil. So is money the root of all evil? You know, money is not the root of all evil. What is the root of all evil? That's the fall, thank you. The fall is the root of all evil, thank you. It's not money. So is money bad? It's true, like, you know, President Dunkley mentioned that, especially in the early days in the church, around the church, we've almost had the way of thinking that money is taboo. We should not have a lot of money. Money is bad. And I know that there was a providence in time, in the providence of restoration, through the providence of indemnity, where all material things was, True Parents really asked all of the members to really let go of all material things. Why? It's actually because when you let go of it, God can bless you even more. He can give you back even more. And now, especially in the era of Chandragupta, where we're not in an era of indemnity, you know, money is not bad. If you think money is bad, I really wish you can change that way of thinking about money. Money is not bad. Money is a blessing. If you think money is bad, money will run away from you. God's material blessing will run away from you. It's not money itself that's bad, it's how you use the money. That is the important thing. Money itself is not bad. So we have to allow God into your finances. This is the important thing, because money is not bad, but if you let Satan into your finances, well, surely he can make good use of money to do bad. So we need to allow God into our finances. When you desire for God and True Parents to play a role in managing your finances, your financial life will change. God and True Parents always have to be your number one priority, okay? So this means when your motivation for managing your money or making money is centered on God, God will bless you, okay? But when you try to make money and accumulate material wealth without God and True Parents as a central point in your life, then this money, this material wealth will become a weapon against you. And that is why it's so important to tithe and keep God and True Parents as number one in your money, in your finances. Okay, so I want to share. Actually, you know what? I don't have enough time to share. This is a really great words by True Parents, but I don't have the time to go through because it's quite a bit and there's a lot to explain in it. Maybe next time. But True Parents do say some very good things and very interesting things about money as well. I hope you'll have time later to go through it a bit more. What I want to share now, this is how we as a couple, how we manage our money. I'm not saying that this is a one fit for everyone, okay? But I wanted to at least show you how we do manage our finances, and maybe this can help you, okay? So first thing is, for us, at least, we don't have separate bank accounts. We use a joint account. And actually, you know, before I explain that, I'll explain you the picture. Okay, in this picture, you'll see there's a water tab with income. That is your income. And in Australia, of course, we pay tax. So that is, in our case, this is our 100% take-home money after taxes. Okay, so this is our 100%. It goes into this bucket that has a hole in it. And the water that drips out of your money bucket is all of your expenses. And we've worked out to try and make sure that all of our expenses, everything we need, okay? Food, transportation, insurance, rent, electricity bill, phone bill, internet, car, gasoline, whatever, all of our regular day-to-day, month-to-month expense that are ongoing and that you can foresee you will need in the future as well, we try and keep it within 60% of all of our income. No more than 60%. It doesn't have to be exactly 60%, but that's the goal. Okay, it can be, of course, higher depending on your circumstances and your expenses, but ideally you want to try and keep it within 60%. What do we do with 40%? Well, oh, by the way, tithing goes into this as well. So I make sure I always have enough money to tithe at the beginning of each month. And that belongs to my daily expense because it is a regular expense, not an expense, but it's regular money that will go out every month. And so I allocate it within the 60%. Okay. So what is the other 40% go? Well, first 10% goes to we have a separate bank account. It's the same bank, but it's a different account. And it's called Splurge. That means we get to spend the money from that account to buy anything we want guilt-free. I can do anything I want and spend that money without having to worry about my expenses. But of course, there's a limit every month. That's basically our short-term pocket money. If we want to go out together, we want to watch a movie together, we want to have good food together, it comes out of this. It does not come out of our expenses. Having a good time together is not a daily expense, but it's a necessity. You need that time. And so it comes out of our Splurge account. What is Smile? Smile is a bit of a more, 10% goes to like a long-term goal. Oh, we want to do a big family trip once a year. Put money aside for this. Oh, we want to buy a car. Long-term goal, 10% goes aside for this. Whatever medium to long-term goal you have, 10% of the money will go away to another account. And once we have that money, then we can buy it. So you have money for short-term, money for long-term. And then we have what's called a fire extinguisher. 20% of the rest of the money goes in here. A fire extinguisher exists in order to put out financial fires. Because you cannot always expect and plan for everything. You will always have unexpected expenses. You know, all of a sudden you've got a pet that you need to bring to the vet. All of a sudden there's this insurance claim that you need to make through. All of a sudden this pops up in life. All of a sudden that pops up in life. All of these financial fires, you've got to put them out with a fire extinguisher, 20%. This is basically your savings as well as your safety money and money to spend on things that pop up here and there. And if you have a credit card, it's money to pay off your debts. If you have money that's owing, it's money that we use to pay off all of our debts first. And eventually I have transitioned around 10% of that into money that goes towards growing, into investing our future. Okay, but that's kind of how we manage our money. You don't have to do it, but again, this is what really helps us. And we use one account. We use a joint account, and we have money transferred at the beginning of every month automatically. The 10% is transferred. I know exactly what is 100% of our income. 10% I will set up as a recurring transaction to happen at the beginning of the month, every month. And tithing, I will do manually. I like to tithe my money manually. I don't let the money be transferred automatically. I like to physically tithe the money so I can be aware that on the first of every month, I will tithe first. Because I know exactly how much I received the previous month. I can tithe exactly 10%, sometimes more. And so we're living on one wage. I'm the only one working. My wife is not working. It works for us. And it's automated. Automated means you don't need to think about what to do with this money. It will be transferred at the beginning of each month automatically. That helps us because it's so simple. Once it's set up, it's so simple, it's so basic, it works like magic. You don't need willpower to make a budget work. This is not like a budget. It works almost automatically. You need to put 10 minutes every week to manage your money. That's it. It's not complicated. This is a very good, it's a system. Most people don't have a system. We've set up a system and it works. Okay. So this is just to give you an idea. Again, if you want to set something up, you can do things differently, but this is what we do. Manage our money. Okay. And now shortly, I want to touch on the topic of investing. Just very shortly. In Australia, we have what's called a superannuation. Okay, it's a retirement system where you get paid superannuation to retire. That money is automatically invested for you. Okay, so in Australia, at least, investing and having investments is not. It's actually something that everyone, whether they know about it or not, they actually have. Okay, it's not like a dodgy, risky thing. Okay, so why do I want to talk about investing? Investing is basically the simplest and safest way to create wealth. It is not the quickest way, don't get me wrong, you don't get rich quick, but it is the safest and simplest way. And in this instance, I'm talking about investing in shares, in an index fund, okay? And your greatest investment weapon is not being good, it's not high IQ or being good with numbers. Your best investment weapon is time. Everyone has the same, but it's time. The longer time you have money invested in the market, the greater your returns in the long run, which means the sooner you start, actually, the better it would be. Okay, so I'm gonna share to showcase this. I want to explain to you. Let's say you're age 15. Okay, let's just imagine you're at 15 years old and you start working. Okay, you work very, very hard. And at the end of the year, you scrape your money together, you get $5,000, okay? And you invest it into a basic index fund. You might not know what that is. If you don't, I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna have to go on because we don't have time. You invest it into an index fund. And you do that for 10 years, okay? From 15 years old to 10, you're now 25 years, okay? And along the way, you earn around 10% return every year, okay? Which, by the way, that's standard. That's not high, that's not low, that's standard. Your friend, okay, doesn't start as early as you. Your friend waits until they have a proper job at 25, okay? Now, once you reach 25, you stop investing. You don't put any more money into investments. You've invested $5,000 for 10 years, you stop. You don't put another dollar into an investment. You just keep it. You let it grow automatically, okay? Your friend starts when they're 25. He will do the same thing. He puts in $5,000 every year, but he doesn't do it for 10 years. He will do it until he retires. He will invest $5,000 every year until he's 60 years old. Okay, so you invested only for 10 years. He's invested for 35 years. So you've invested $50,000 all up. Your friend invested $180,000, more than 3 times how much you've invested until you're age 60. Okay. So you would think that your friend will have more money than you, right? After you retire at 60. Wrong. You will have more money. Even though you only put in less than 1/3, you only put in $50,000, okay? You know how much more you end up with? You end up with 50% more. 50% more, because you invested 10 years longer than your friend, even though you invested less than your friend. That is the power of compounded interest. That's why I'm saying it's simple and safe with time. That is compound interest, okay? I'll show you the numbers. This is the proof of the numbers. This is based on a 10% return. You start on the left, $5,000 every year, you get a 10% return. And up until age 25, you invest $5,000, then you stop and you let your money grow automatically. And your friend will start when you stop at 25. And he will invest until he reaches the age of 60. And at the end of it, you will have $2.7 million. Your friend will have $1.6 million because you invested for 10 more years. Time in the market is your greatest friend and your greatest asset. That's why it's good to know this early so you can start early. This lecture is nowhere near enough to give you enough information about this, but at least you can have an idea. This is something you might want to look into. Okay, this will change your life if you understand this concept of compound interest. Personally, I think this is a key for working a public mission and not having to worry about retiring poor. So many BCs don't want to work for church because they're afraid they will retire poor. They won't have any money. This is the key to resolve the problem, in my opinion. Anyway, more about that next time. And again, because we don't have enough time, I'm just going to skip through this. These are some questions you can ask to your spouse, just to get you guys comfortable talking about managing finance. You don't have to talk about this if you're still only matched, you're not living together yet. If you're living together already, or you're getting to that stage, for those of you who are living together or thinking about these things, these are some questions you can ask to try and help establish that relationship. If you're currently struggling, this is not something you're worried about, don't worry about it. You don't need to do it now, okay? But this is for some questions, if you like, you can take a screenshot that you can discuss, again, to try and get a better understanding and move together forward. So in conclusion, the 3 points: your common life goal. You need to create your life plan centered on God and true parents. The second point, if you try and you are unable to overcome a difficulty in your relationship and it's really destroying your relationship, please seek help. And third point, please invite God and true parents into your financial life. If you do this right, the blessings will flow. They will overflow. An ideal husband and wife encourage each other to work for the will, for God, and for the work. So I hope that you can become an ideal husband and an ideal wife who will encourage each other to work for the sake of God. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ken Schmidt, our elder brother. Let us give him a round of applause. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm also just going to put up some questions on here. This is for the breakout session for the next session. For those of you, there's just some questions for preparation of your next session.
Yeah, so finally, we're going to have our question and answer forum. To facilitate our question and answer today, let us welcome our moderator, Christine Rabanyo.
Yes, thank you so much, Ate Jayan, for inviting me. And may I invite as well to this virtual stage our panelists for this Q&A. First of all, we will be having Mrs. Ursula McLachlan, one of our lecturers, to the stage, virtual stage. And we also have Brother Ken, who just delivered a very informative and inspiring lecture recently. And last but not the least, you called me out, I call you back. Welcome back to the stage, Ate Jayon, as one of our panelists for this Q&A session. All right, so let us begin with our first question. Since the lecture was so fresh, I will be giving this question to you, Brother Ken. One of the participants was asking, like, where would the money like blessing fee and chonbo fee be under? Would they be classified under expenses? Because you yourself were like saying tithing out is not really expenses. Where would you be classifying it?
Yes, thank you for the amazing question. Most likely, at the time you're receiving the blessing, I don't even know if you're going to have any income. So it'll probably come from your parents' pocket. But if I had any, let's say, public mission or church-related expenses that I wanted to, for example, chombo, okay, because this is again a big expense, and this is an expense that I had put money aside to as well. 20% fire extinguisher, 20% of all of your income is being saved up. By the time you need it, should it come around, you should have enough money for things like chombo. These are one-off expenses. They don't come by regularly. And usually when you start your chombo providence or your any kind of mission work, you don't, chances are you're trying to work towards it, and you'll have time from, ideally you'd already have some money in your account, but you have time to, by a certain date that you can get to, in which case then you should just use out of the 20% fire extinguisher. Again, that is if you have a system set up already. Again, it depends on your situation, etc. It does differ, but I would have done it from the fire extinguisher 20%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Ken. I hope that helped our participants to become more wise with their money and classifying. Next question. I will be directing this to Ate Jayan. one of the participants asked that it is very challenging for me to proactively contact my spouse and is asking for some tips on how she or he can break through with contacting the spouse. Maybe you can have this question. You can share your experience on how you were able to proactively contact with your spouse and all this.
Yes, this is long distance relationship, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so actually we have a lot of ways to use, like through the internet, we can share songs to each other, or we can share our feelings to that day and schedule our couples talking. Yeah, but internally we need to think that to talk to our spouse, we need to share our happiness to him, right? Our goal is to make him happy because he is God's representative in our marriage. And when we make him happy, we can also feel happy. Yeah. So invite God to yourself and always seek how can you make God happy? How can you make him happy through talking, through communicating? Yeah. So maybe he's in this situation. Yeah. So I think that's for me. Yeah. Every time I talk to him, I just wanted him to be happy. Yeah. Because he's because that's what God gave me, and I feel this is our mission to make our spouse happy. Yeah.
I see. So a very pro tip from Ate Jayan. You contact them with the intention to make them happy. Hopefully that helped the participant to ask the question. Okay, we're going to a little bit of a deep and interesting question, tricky question. Tita Ahara, I will be directing this question to you. There is a participant who was inquiring, like, they want to break up the blessing because right now he or she couldn't have any able local staff or even the spouse local staff that they can talk to or trust to anymore. So this participant is willing to keep the blessing and but like it's now feeling like a limit for this person. What would you have for this participant, Tita Ahara?
Actually, we were discussing this among our staff yesterday, that really God weeps or cries and true parents with every broken blessing, because with a broken blessing goes along also a broken heart, you know, and the next time it will be more difficult because you don't start from, as I said, zero, but actually from a painful experience that you have to recover. And of course, also true parents, they took responsibility when they blessed us. And they pay indemnity when blessings are broken, because Satan will accuse, you know. You promised, you took responsibility, none of these blessings will be broken. But if we cannot fulfill our responsibility, it's finally true parents. So I really want to encourage you to keep your blessing. If this workshop can help you to realign yourself with Heavenly Parents and God's true parents' hope and wish and prayer for you. And you can, you know, when we give you the feedback form today, there's one question where we ask, would you like consultation, private consultation? And it doesn't have to be, we say you can, if you have someone personally you feel through this workshop more connected to, where you feel that person, you could open your heart, explain your situation. Now we are in a, you know, internet online era. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the person is next door to you or is in another country or the other end of the world. We can schedule a meeting, we can talk to each other, and we are there. Any one of us is there to support and help you, and then to find the resources to see how can we save your blessing, because how can we help you? You know, if you have the heart and the desire, we are there to pray and to find the practical support you need. So please just mention it honestly in your feedback form. And if you don't know who it is, but you are open to anyone, you can just explain your situation, and then we will try to find the best way, the best person for you. But you are not alone. Heavenly Parents is there, true parents are there to help you.
Yes, thank you so much, Tita Ahara. I hope that resonates not with just the participant who sent that question, but to everybody, or anybody who is struggling right now or facing any difficulties. Okay, for our next question, I'll be directing this to Brother Ken, since you were very passionately talking about finances and all. So there's a question here, like, how can we have quality time with our family in the future if we are both busy parents? How can we still be close with our children and still financially support them? Maybe because they're still working and all this. What kind of maybe tips and advice could you possibly give to this participant who sent this question?
That's an amazing question. Thank you very much. Because I do believe that a lot of VCs are struggling with balancing or how to manage all of the different responsibilities at parenting, working, public mission, etc., etc. The easy and short answer is that you do it all by allocating the time. Put a day in your diary where you go on a trip and spend time together. Literally, you make time that way. That's the easy way of doing it. But really, to go into it a little bit further, it really depends on what you want to prioritize. What's important to you? You know, if let's say that you have one child and your time is consumed by having this one child, as is my time. Oh my God, it is consumed when you have one child and you become a parent. It's like a whole new world. I don't know how anyone can have more than one child. But maybe, I'm gonna guess here because I don't know, maybe when I have another child, I will be okay and be able to handle it. Or maybe I will shoot myself in the head, I don't know. But you have to find a way to balance it yourself. And how can you do that? Really, you need to prioritize. What is your priority, right? And then you give the most time to the things that you prioritize. And if you really love your spouse and you really love your family and you really want to spend time with your family, you will prioritize it and you will make time. To give you an example, again, I'm working full time. I'm active at church as much as I can be. Again, I can't do everything. I can give lectures here and there. Even here, I used to do Sunday school every week. Now that I have taken on a little bit of a bigger mission, I don't do Sunday school anymore. So I have to trade some activities for some other activities. I had to cut down giving Sunday school and to be able to do something else. And now I give, instead of Sunday school, I give a Divine Principle lecture once a week, every Friday. So I had to pick and choose, because even if I wanted to do more and do everything, I can't. My time is limited. So I need to manage it by picking the right priority based on a few things. Firstly, my responsibility. And that goes my responsibility in my mission, but also my responsibility as a father and my responsibility as a husband. I can't ignore the other responsibilities. And when it comes to finances, again, this is my passion, so I enjoy doing it. So I kind of end up spending more time working out how you can do it. But it's okay not to know, but you got to learn. Like, you need to actually read. You can probably learn so much more reading one finance book than if I talk to you for 3 hours straight. You probably learn more reading one finance book. But if you don't put in the time to read it and you don't put in the time to practice it, then we can give you the best advice in the world, but it's just not going to happen, because it's, at the end, it is up to you and how you want to do it. The older you get, the more responsibilities seem to add on to your plate. Really, you should be asking this to Auntie Ahara-san. She would probably know better how to manage all of these things. Granted, she has more responsibilities than any of us.
but you make do. You just find time. Use a calendar. Like it differs for each one of you. But if something's important, put it in a date. Okay, one thing that I do with my wife is we have a joint calendar that she hangs up in her room, and she says, whenever you have a meeting, you're going out to see someone, you have a Sunday school, you have a whatever, you have a meeting with the BFD, you have a meeting with here, there. Write it on the calendar so she knows. It's actually a calendar for her, not for me, but I got to write my schedule on it, and she'll write her schedule on it. And so we both know each other's schedule, that we don't overlap. That's one thing that we do together as a couple. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
All right, this is adulting stuff. And hopefully we can learn. To all our panelists, Tita Ahara, Ate Jayan, you are free to add on to anything that Brother Ken has said. But yeah, make time. That in essence, that is what we should be doing. Okay, so we are down to our last two questions because our time is short. Ate Jayan, this is a question raised up by a possibly newly engaged couple because they said, how should we proceed to talk about future plans together as a newly engaged couple? They probably just went to the initial stage, but like, how do they proceed to talk about future plans together? They just got recently engaged. Yes, Ate Jayan?
Actually, there's nothing wrong to talk about it, even though you're just engaged, because it's very important to know each other's hearts, each other's thinking. That's why from day one, I keep on also asking my husband, what are you thinking today? What are you thinking on this topic? Yeah, always as a wife, you need to know what's your husband thinking, or what's your husband's opinion on these things. And then when you listen, you need to be a good listener. My husband is a very good listener. So it's very good also for a husband to listen and then communicate. When you communicate, you need to open your heart. Yeah, and understand also his side. Yeah, so communicate and also always have time to share each other about your opinions. Yeah, that's all.
Yes. In any stage, communicate. It just gradually flows to the next.
Because once you communicate, you'll build trust. And then when you build trust, then it's just so normal to talk about these things. Yeah.
Yes. Hopefully that helped you, dear participant, on proceeding. Just talk about it. It doesn't have to be like how immediate. It can be gradual in building to new plans or future plans. All right. To our next question, Tita Ahara, I will be directing this to you. A participant was asking, like, what are the things we need to take note of before and during starting family? So this person is probably thinking of the next stage, now starting family. Maybe you can give some advice on this.
Yeah, I think before starting family is again building a common vision, when, where, how. Practical questions come in place, about expenses. And so that's things you also need to discuss and make a common vision. Sometimes you still need time to prepare more, especially if it means someone has to move to another country. You have to, I don't know, rent a new apartment or whatever. If you cannot move into your parents' or parents-in-law's house. So that's really important, and to understand each other and to be patient when it takes more time than you would hope for. Maybe you are very eager to start family, but maybe sometimes, especially with Corona, people really had to wait and postpone, and it's painful. But there's no choice. We need to understand that it's not unwillingness for our spouse, but maybe we just have to go through it step by step. And once we live together, I think the most important thing is internally is managing my expectations. I thought I had zero expectations because that's how we were trained. Don't expect anything. But I experienced so many things with my husband because he does everything opposite to my style. that I thought, I never thought that I expected my husband that he would know how to put on his socks. And I realized there are 10 different ways what I would say is wrong. I didn't know how many things, how complicated it could be putting on simple socks. I never thought of it until I met my husband and was amazed day by day. I mean, there are so many things. It's just, you realize your expectation when your spouse breaks them. When your spouse puts you out of your box, you know, and later my children maybe did things that I never thought of in my life. And I remember 2 times I freaked out because it was completely out of my box. I could not have thought of it. And I got so angry at my little son. And now I feel bad. I hit him because it was just, for me, unthinkable. And I realized, prepare yourself for the most unthinkable thing. What you would never imagine could happen, your husband, your children might do them. And how will you respond to it? Just don't freak out. Become more mature. Take a deep breath and try to think from the other person's point of view. It might not be so terrible, so evil, so horrible, so irresponsible as you thought in the beginning, because it just was not in your mindset or in your life experience. But it's not absolutely, it might be different, it might be not so great, but it might not be that terrible. And you will make it worse when you are the one who freaks out and throws a tantrum. So you should be more mature. That is my advice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tita Ahara. Okay, everyone, time is up. Let's give a round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much. So I hope that really helped everybody with all of your, managing expectations and all of this. Thank you so much to our panelists. And may I just add on a little bit that we have a little bit of a homework, even more for our blessed couples.
You're muted, Christy.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, our dear panelists, for everything that you have given, for your advices. And so we have come to the end of our Q&A session. And also, we just want to send and inform our dear participants that we have created also a focus additional bonus homework questions for you, which I will send in the group chat, by the way. For those of you who want some step-by-step questions for life planning, we have sent it in the group chat. You can access it. You can work through it as a couple together. You can have an MS or a matching supporter, a BFD to even consult this with. This is for you, for the couples, for you to have 25 focus questions to think about how you can properly plan for the future, how to start family, all these things. And this is fresh coming from me, Ate Yasun, and even Jayang, who are planning with our family life and all this. And hopefully this would help everyone who are really planning on their next stage of their life. Thank you so much. And I will be passing the microphone back to you, Ate Jayon. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you very much, Christine. Let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, thank you for preparing the homework. Yeah, you did a lot of hard work here. Yeah, thank you so much also to all the panels and to the great questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, so now we're going to have a reflection time. Yeah, let's welcome, representing Asia Pacific 1, let us welcome our first reflector, Mr. Sunil Singh. You're muted.
Oh yeah, now I can. Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, our Asia Pacific Director, Region 1 and 2, and Mrs. Ahara, BFT Regional Director, Asia Pacific 1. So good evening, all staff and all brother and sister. So yeah, thank you very much for this 2 days workshop. So it was really helpful and fruitful for me. And yeah, it was for me, it's like complete healing. And even I can say that like complete surgery in spiritual way. Like I feel completely better, and I thanks to like all spiritual doctors, I would say spiritual doctors that really help everyone's each and everyone here to really to heal. And I feel very good after this whole session. And there was, because I recently got matched with Sister Rose, and yeah, there was struggle I have, and I was thinking same thing like brother, our lecturer, Ken Singh Mete, sorry for my pronunciation. Like he said that if both of you have a different goal and dream, so it will, and yeah, it will be difficult for you, but it's better if you could have common goal, and if it can better, it can have centering on God and true parents. So that's what I know. I was even struggling with this question, that how it will be after this. And so I got answer, and even though there was no any kind of uh, struggle and any kind of discussion we have with my matching my sister Rose, but it was in my mind only. So I was struggling with this, and thank to all the lecturers that gave very different. So I can say when in a operation table, and there is many doctors actually, so all are expert in all kinds of field. So because in an operation theater, so I could say that all experienced doctors was here, and it was complete package for me in all aspects, that I got all the answer. There was no question for me to ask. So and same time we have lots of tips. I made it here, so I will read it again, and hopefully we will receive, if we could receive again the videos, recording videos, so we will read, we'll see it again, so it will help surely with us. And all the lecturer from yesterday to today, and all the testimony, it helped me a lot. So thank you very much for all our blessed families and all the lecturer. So thank you very much. And especially there was many things to share, but in short, I will say today, President Damon Dunkley, he said that about ancestors, that because of them, their struggle and their pain, you are here today after 6,000 years history. So you should not be struggle, and you are not here for to struggle. Actually, you are here for something, for the great purpose. You should realize that. So that's what great things for me, which it was really touched my heart, that our ancestors really suffered and have pain, and more than they are in a difficulties compared to us, and we should think about it. So that's what for me is learning today. There was many things more to share, but I will end here. So thank you all, and thank you very much all lecturer, and thank you.
Thank you so much, our Mr. Singh, Sunil Singh. Yeah, that was a relief for all the staff and all the lecturers and all the testimony givers, actually. Thank you so much for the wonderful reflection. Next, we're going to call from AP1 representative, and I would like to also let you know to all the reflectors, please, only 3 minutes. Yeah, and yeah, for the second reflection, let us welcome Miss Wen Yu Chin.
Okay, 2 minutes, okay. Yes, thank you so much that invited me here, and thank you so much for having parents and true parents and everybody as a leader. And yes, hi, Feng Jun, myself here too. Yes, And I want to say, like, I'm really grateful that I can hear now and listen so many things. Actually, I have so many want to share, but don't have time. So the very important, most important that I want to tell you about the thank you. Thank you for everything that I I basing from how to say meeting and blessing, and now I'm with my spouse. I think in my family everything will change after after I have a spouse. Yes, and I have so many like I can see so many things like I how to pray before, and the answer not from the how to say my dearest happy parents, but so many I pray before the answer from my spouse, my spouse. And yes, so many things happen, and my how to say relationship with my parents is more than close than before. When after I have a spouse too, and I don't know how to say, but I think in the past. Actually, we have so many things like confused or difficulty. But that time, I don't think that is a bit difficult. But I think my spouse is a brother and I am a sister. Yes, everybody, wow, long time no see, something like that. And that's why I think it's all difficult as brother, sister, because I have a sister. So many things sometimes I have in the past, very young how the kids and fighting because of different thinking or something like that. I think it's a normal thing that we face. So I didn't have the thinking as choose, I want to go ahead or I want to finish and cancel or something. Really don't have. Sometimes we cry, hey, I don't know why they think about that, or I don't know, because of the difference. But every time that I have the thinking, I pray to understand, pray to want to love, pray to something like that. Yes, so thank you so much. That's really clear. Yes, my spouse is a gift. Like he how to say, make me like, I think he makes me like I am the how to say luckiest woman in the world, because I can hug, I can give. In the past, when I was young, I thank you so much. When I was young, I really want to do something like express my love, but I cannot because I don't have spouse. But now, because he stay here, and I can have the opportunity to make the wonderful thing together. We are centering on happy parents, everything from happy to want to give to happy parents, like everything that we need to realize that everything that we work or we how to say thinking, that is happy parents love or not, that is my happy parents happy or not. That is very important when we how to say go out together. And the most thing that the best thing have, but in the outside don't have, is about to grow up together and see we go out together. And amazing that's when we 80 years old, how this can be, I don't know, but in every day, because we have happy parents always love. Happy parents love me and love my spouse too. So if we don't know anything, just pray. This is a word that I want to give everyone. Just pray. And when I pray, I want to join this workshop too, because my prayer. Yeah. So if we have everything, don't be how to say, don't worry. And outside, I so sorry they also everybody, because they don't have happy parents. But we have happy parents who know everything. And so just how to say, like thankful for everything that we have, and thankful for to be here. And thank you so much for a wonderful lecture and wonderful environment that's made me really I really thankful now, and I can thankful more because of this workshop too. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. Fighting everybody. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Miss Wen Yuchin, for your beautiful heart. Wow, we really appreciate your sharing. Yeah, let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, for the next reflector, from Asia Pacific 2, let us welcome Miss Karil Sagliba.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Heavenly Asia Pacific. Thank you so much, Diane, for your warm welcome. I would like to thank all the organizer for this wonderful workshop. Me and my spouse are really enjoying it. And one thing that I have learned is to really be more closer to Heavenly Parents and True Parents, because that will be our foundation in loving our spouse. And I am really grateful because of my spouse, I became a better person. And because many people have like this concept about me, like a strong, independent woman, but in times of like difficulties, my spouse is always there to cheer me up. Naiyak ako. And I am really grateful to True Parents. I know he is listening right now, and I am always proud of him because of the COVID pandemic. So we really struggled a lot this year, 2020, but we overcame it together. I am really grateful because I am with him. He is in China right now, and I am in the Philippines. For those long distance couples right now, let us continue our faith, our devotion to Heavenly Parents and True Parents, and to really improve our relationship with our spouse. They are the greatest gift to us. They are not perfect, and me myself, I'm not perfect actually, but I am learning. We are both growing, and we are really grateful to our leaders and elders who always guide us in our blessing. And I hope that in every struggles and challenges that we have as a couple, we will overcome it together. And yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful workshop. I hope that many brothers and sisters will realize many things. And thank you so much to my eternal spouse for your time. I know you are very busy, but you really give your time to be with me virtually, diba? So see you in China, and thank you so much, brothers and sisters. Have a nice day.
Aju, thank you, Ate Karil, for your beautiful and sincere words for your spouse. And yeah, we are the how to say, we can see that you really love your spouse and Heavenly Parents and True Parents. Yeah, so for our last reflection, let us welcome our sister, Miss Cheo Jung-in. Yeah, let us welcome her with a round of applause.
Okay. Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Jung-in. I'm blessed to my spouse in 2020. My spouse name is Masato Benedict Ishikawa. And first, I'd like to say some words of gratitude. Really thank you for Heavenly Parents, True Parents, and all coordinator, as well as all the staff members, technicians, and interpreter and everyone to make this workshop happen. It's really cool that we have come to this time where we have this borderless moment and everyone can just come together in this workshop. I'm also really grateful for my spouse, Masato, to really encourage me to join this workshop, because to be honest, I'm that type of person who is very scared of long, lengthy lectures. But thankfully, this workshop have some balance with couple activity, not only like ordinary couple activity, but also some helpful questions, how to understand each other. So not only we get to listen about the content, but there's also a time allocated for us to discuss about it. And I was really amazed by Auntie Kuei Ping's lecture, because previously I heard about her story entering the church, but this time I'm very thankful that we get to like hear more in-depth stories, more details on how much she really went through. The persecution even coming from her very close friends. And I really admire how strong is her faith, and she can also, how strong is her belief. And she really believed that, oh, this is the right path. Just see me after 10 years. So she can say this very strong and very right words to her friends. So I feel like, wow, very admirable. I also feel that Uncle Cheng had very strong faith, because he always, once he received like God's direction, not only he just received like revelation from God about his like mission, or the revelation on like, need to offer like child to another person, but he can just follow like how Noah did, like how Noah just follow God's instruction and build the ark. And I also really feel Yeson's only video testimony is very interesting, because whenever they got into problem, they always remember to go back to original point, which is God, and always ask God for answers and guidance. Yeah. And today I really deeply reflected on myself, because as I listened to Reverend Dunkley's lecture, he said that, oh, if you don't know the meaning of chombo, you are in big trouble. I was like, okay, I don't know, means I'm in big trouble. So I think I need some time to really study the meaning of chombo, because right now, as I hear his description, he really made me felt like, oh, I really lacking in so many ways. And all this while, I'm actually just standing like by the roadside, just looking at people doing chombo, but don't really understand what is the meaning of chombo. And then, Mrs. Ursula's slides was very interesting, but as she go through her slides, I kept screenshot every single slide, because I want to use her content for Sunday school. The content on how to deal with negative emotions, and actually being angry is normal, being negative and all these emotions is normal. It's just that we need to acknowledge that, oh, we have this coping mechanism. Whenever we deal with something stressful, we somehow run away or something. So we need to know our pattern and try to not run away too much. Always come back and need to discuss well. And Brother Ken's lecture was also very impactful for me, because previously I thought that, oh, this is my money. I need to donate out of my money to tithe to church. So I always think like this, like, oh, tithing, or I need to tithe out of my money. But today he really shared very important point, which is this money doesn't belong to me, but actually belongs to God. So we need to give tithing, like a thanks to God first before we use it wisely. And I really amazed at how big his heart is when he shed tears. And I feel like, wow, he really have a very big heart and love for all the second gen. Yeah. And running away is easy, but it's not solution. Anyhow, we also need to go back to the problem and solve it. And that's it for my reflection. Thank you. Yay.
Thank you so much, Treasuring, for being honest and telling your sincere heart. Yeah, that's true. Mrs. Kuei Ping is really very brave yesterday by opening also her testimony. And to welcome our closing remarks. For our closing remarks, the husband of Mrs. Kuei Ping, and also the Blessed Children Department of Asia Pacific too. Yeah, so let's welcome our Regional Director, Mr. Lam Cheng Hai. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, good evening to hand pantry parents, to all our BFD leaders, matching supporter, and all our engaged and blessed couple. Thanks so much for your investment and your heart, and also come for this workshop. Firstly, actually, I'm very grateful to all of you already invest. And yeah, actually, the reason why we organize this workshop, actually, we listen that so many people will break their relationship and blessing. So our team, Mrs. Ahala, Mrs. Doze, actually we feel very pain, and we hope that the workshop really can inspire all of you. One thing I really want to share with you is that the 3B mean the first B is be filial piety. So, brother and sister, we are one hand parents holy committee. This is the life for us, how to offer a pure heart to hand pantry parents. Blessing process is not the end, but it's the process for us to grow. And how we really return back our filial heart to hand pantry parents is really, we cannot let go this lifeline to hand pantry parents. So, brother and sister, our Hyojong heart is really never end. We offer our best to hand pantry parents. So may our relationship screw up, our relationship may be very difficult, but never forget our hand pantry parents always with us. Our elder brother and sister always beside us. They never leave you alone to go through this difficulty and struggle. We are here with us. We are here with you, hand parents, and also hand parents and true parents, with all of you to go through this difficulty and struggle. So, brother and sister, ideal families is not always happy, but they never give up and persevere to make ideal dream come true. So, brother and sister, let's we have this kind of heart to build ideal family. And second, today, after this workshop, I hope that all be new. We have a new mindset and new era. Just what President Holly and President Damian Danki said, that it's time for us. It's not only think about ourselves, but think about together with our spouse together. Decide together, plan together, and also we share together all the pain and struggle. But always come to the point that we are one couple, we are one team. We need each other together to build either family and to become the Chompo couple. So, please think of this. We need to have new start today. Lastly, be patient, brother and sister. Good things take time. Uncle Cheng had go through so many, just 20 years. Actually, you can see that it's very tough. I never imagined my spouse just like Auntie Kui Ping, so strong. But God knows the most. Only her can compliment me during this process. Same as your spouse. Your spouse needs you and you need your spouse to perfect you together. Finally, 3D is mean that don't rush, don't complain, don't judge each other. Let's together and bring this ideal family and together create this hand parents holy community together and bring happiness and glory to hand parents. So, brother and sister, let's work together as one family. We are always with you. If you have some question, something you want to ask, please come to us. We are ready here. Mrs. Ahala, Mrs. Doze, Mrs. Yesun, and Mrs. Ye Jayon, and our couple, we are ready for you to come and to approach us. We help you to go through this suffering and obstacle. Because after this, after the storming, the rainbow will come. Don't worry, brother and sister. We are here with you and have hand, true hands with us. So thank you so much, brother and sister. Let's work together as one family, one team. As what true parents say, that we are one family under God. Thank you so much, brother and sister. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shanghai, for all your love to all the couples and all the people here. Thank you so much for all your investment with making this workshop happen. Yeah. Now for our closing prayer and cheers of Om Manse, I would like to welcome my husband, Mr. Kunio Sugiura. He will be here.
Let us join my prayer. Beloved Heaven Branch and True Branch of Heaven and Earth Humankind, we received a lot of guidance through your messengers during 2 days True Love Lost and Found workshop. Especially blessing is the most important for us to have ideal family centering on Heavenly Parents and True Parents. Long time ago, unification members who believed truth really suffered a lot without any tutors who accomplished 3 great blessings. However, now the era is different. Now the era is the settlement of Cheonilgu. Through this workshop, we could hear the all victorious testimony, and there is very much effective and helpful lectures for us too. We would like to dominate the Satan who are staying in our body, mind, lineage, and also around us, like those who bring victory beyond limitations. I ensure that there will be countless victorious stories from our participants, and we can show the model individuals, couples, and also families for society in the future and chase away Satan in the world. We would like to share deepest gratitude to President Masai Chori and President Damian Dunkley, and also especially BFT head Mama Hara and Tita Dulce Buayo, and also all BFT leaders and staff and brothers and sisters who prepared this workshop. We felt Heavenly Parents and True Parents really poured the blessing to us through this workshop. We hope that we can keep all the contents that we learned from this workshop in our mind and soul, so that we can practice in our daily life. We are not perfect alone. However, through our spouse, who are half of us, we can resemble you by loving each other. And with perfect harmony, we can become Chombo couple someday, surely as True Mother wish. History will remember us and honor us. Beloved Heaven Branch and True Branch, thank you, everything. I reported this, Queen of Sugiura and Jayamanabad, centering on blessed family. 아주. Okay. Good evening, beloved brothers and sisters. Thank you for all our lecturer and the participant to pay attention this workshop until the end. Now already nighttime in Philippines. I don't know those who are participating this workshop in other nation. Yeah, maybe you have a different time now. Really, we learned a lot through this workshop, and now actually very important time to have a determination. So, did you receive a lot of inspiration through this workshop? If you got it, please say 아주. 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 Did you receive the solution for you?
아주.
아주. Wow, it was very successful for everyone. So now we will have 4 cheers of Om Manse. First one, victorious Heavenly Parents. Second one for victorious True Parents of Heaven and Humankind. Third one, the settlement of Cheonilgu. Fourth one, victory for True Love, Lost and Found workshop. So let us shout loudly with our determination. If you are neighborhood, yeah, now very right time, you can speak with your sincerity. Okay, so are you ready, everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay, victorious Heavenly Parents. Victorious true parents of heaven and humankind. Victory for true love and lost foundation.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Success.
Thank you so much, Apa, for the wonderful determination guidelines for the Omanse. Yeah. Okay, so just before we leave each other, I have some few announcements. Yeah, so please kindly give us your feedback and reflections. This is the QR code for you to be directed to the Google Forms. There is also the link in our chat box. And please save the date for this coming blessing, April 16, 2022. Also, we are looking for, we are fundraising for couple pictures. Yeah, please send us in this email. Yeah, we are fundraising for our website. Yeah, Asia Pacific website. Thank you so much for everyone, and let's all give thanks to our heavenly parents and true parents for making this 2 days workshop possible. Yeah, thank you so much, heavenly parents and true parents. Thank you so much. Yeah, everybody, this is the end of our True Love Lost and Found. I believe that you gain a lot of inspiration. I wish you all the best, all the couples. And let's give thanks to all our organizers and lecturers. Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us for this 2-day journey. Yeah. Thank you so much.